Good morning, everyone. My name is Agate. I'm the president of Minneapolis City Council. Before we convene our meeting, we have a few presentations of honorary resolutions. We are pleased to welcome guests to this space to share these presentations before taking up our agenda. I will invite Councilmember Koski to give the first presentation honoring Kathy Waite.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. We are here this morning to honor Kathy Waite. And honestly, I'm like emotional as we saw so many people continue to move through this space, all here to honor you today. And so I learned kind of last minute that you were retiring, and I gasped. And I don't think I should have been surprised because you have spent 30 years supporting our city. And but I knew that we couldn't wait to make sure that we honored you and all of the amazing work that you've done. For me, the work that you've done to support women in this field is unlike anybody I know. And we're going to hear about a lot of other things as well. So appreciate everyone that's here. I know your family is here too, and so many others, but I am going to get started. So honoring Kathy Waite for her service and dedication to the city of Minneapolis. Whereas Kathy Waite's academic achievements include a Bachelor of Arts in Sociology, Psychology, and a Master of Arts in Public Administration, both earned from Hamline University in St. Paul, underscoring her dedication to professional development and her role as a well-rounded leader in the field of public safety. And
whereas at the beginning of her distinguished career with the Minneapolis Police Department, Waite solemnly swore to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution and laws of the state of Minnesota, and the charter and ordinances of the city of Minneapolis. She pledged to safeguard life, protect the community, and uphold individual rights. And
whereas throughout her career, Waite served with dignity, respect, and a deep love for our community, exemplifying the highest standards of integrity and dedication to her oath of office. And
whereas Waite dedicated 30 years of unwavering and exemplary service to the city of Minneapolis, a remarkable testament to her steadfast commitment to and love for the community. And whereas throughout her career, Waite has ascended through the ranks, serving as an officer, lieutenant, inspector, deputy chief, and commander, reflecting the exceptional leadership and dedication. And
Whereas Waite's early service included pivotal roles in the 4th Precinct Narcotics Unit, the SAFE Unit, along with her work as an investigator in both the Juvenile Unit and the Internal Affairs Unit, demonstrating her broad experience and dedication to various criminal aspects and law enforcement. And as a lieutenant, whereas as a lieutenant, Waite served with distinction in both the 1st and 2nd Precincts, as well as the Special Operations Division, where she oversaw the K-9 and traffic units, and she also made significant contributions as a member of the SWAT crisis negotiating team, and ultimately leading the team and demonstrating her leadership and expertise in high-stakes situations.
And whereas, as an inspector, Waite served both the 2nd and 5th precincts, further enhancing her leadership capabilities. And whereas, as the 5th precinct inspector, Waite was instrumental in the development of the MPD co-responder unit, which pairs a uniformed officer with a mental health professional from Hennepin County COPE. And through her leadership in this initiative and her active involvement in mental health programs, Waite has been recognized for her significant efforts to improve mental health responses within the department, ensuring better outcomes for the community and the officers alike.
And whereas, as a leader in the department, Waite was a strong proponent of officer wellness, recognizing the importance of mental and physical well-being for those who serve in law enforcement. Her commitment to this cause is exemplified by her efforts in facilitating classes for officers of the 5th Precinct, providing them with valuable tools to manage stress and maintain overall health. And whereas Waite's exceptional leadership and extensive experience led to her promotion to Deputy Chief of Patrol, where she was responsible for overseeing patrol operations across the city's 5 police precincts and managing hundreds of officers. And
whereas Waite has been recognized for her significant contributions to promoting more women into leadership positions within the MPD, further advancing diversity and inclusion within the department. And whereas Waite served as the Community Service Outreach Commander, a role in which she led initiatives aimed at strengthening community relations and enhancing public safety through outreach programs and collaborative efforts with community organizations. And
whereas Kathy Waite was a trailblazing, impactful, innovative leader in the Minneapolis Police Department whose service made a significant impact on public safety and the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and the City Council do hereby commend Commander Kathy Waite for her exceptional service and steadfast dedication to the City of Minneapolis. We express our profound gratitude and admiration for her many accomplishments and significant impact on the Minneapolis Police Department. The City extends its heartfelt thanks and best wishes for continued success, fulfillment in all of your future endeavors. Well, it's hard to put 30 years here. So we would love to hear from others if they would like to say a few words, and then also from you, Kathy, too.
I am Kathy's brother. So far, so good. It doesn't get much better for me. So it's a title that I wear today and my whole life with such honor for the person who she is, the career she's had, and the impact she's had on all of our lives, including myself. I've never been prouder of anyone in my life, not just for her being my sister, but my parents have passed, our parents, and my mom's birthday would have been 72 years today. And this is such a wonderful way to honor Kathy and them. And I don't have adequate words to share what they would be feeling right now, other than their hearts would have been really full. Thank you.
anybody else want to share a few words? Chief?
Thank you, Kathy. Obviously, anyone who gives 3 decades of their lives, so relentlessly dedicated to the city deserves this honor, and there's no question that you do. I just want to say thank you from me. Coming here 2 years ago, you were absolutely 100% loyal to your oath the entire time, and I think people don't understand how hard you worked every single day 24 hours a day, literally, and just incredibly dedicated to what we do. So from me, from all the help that you have always given me, even now after you're retired, still showing up at events with us, we appreciate you, we love you, and congratulations, and enjoy the next chapter. Thank you.
Kathy, we first met 14 years ago when you were a lieutenant at the 2nd Precinct, and you were always so supportive of community policing. Cops on bikes, beat cops, and just... Pal. Well, I wasn't involved in Pal, so I can't speak to that. Pal! Thank you, Councilmember Vita. I appreciate all the help you give me.
Anytime.
All the time, yes, all the time. But I have to tell a cute little story. There was a business association meeting on East Hennepin, and we were waiting for you to come, and waiting. It was 8 in the morning. It's like, where the heck is Inspector Waite? And Kathy shows up. She's all red and apologized for being late. Well, here, someone had sped by you on Central Avenue. They passed you in the opposite lane, and you thought, well, you can't do that in my precinct. And you followed them and pulled them over and gave them a ticket. And it was great. So, I mean, that's who you were. You did everything, and thank you so much for your service of 30 years.
It'll be hard for me to start calling you Kathy, but Inspector Waite, Commander Waite, Deputy Chief Waite, I'll just call you Chief in an honorarium type of respect. I know, I remember some of the first things I learned about you when we first met, and it was a introduction to people in the 5th Precinct. It was a ward forum sponsoring Kathy Waite and her life, and come learn, some kind of about her philosophy, that kind of thing, as she started her role at the time as inspector of the 5th Precinct. And she was so warm and personable. I think people didn't quite believe that she was about to take on this role in leadership, and she was so very capable of it. And she talked about her background and her education and her sociology and psychology, and then some of the roles that she had in policing over the years, and just really wowed this crowd in a winter-based church basement where a lot of people had shown up to learn from and hear about then Inspector Waite. I have seen that in spades. I mean, I think some of the reasons why we don't all fully understand and appreciate all the things that you've done here is because you're always doing it with kind of a smile and a wink and kind of, here we go, it's okay. Like, you've made me more confident as a leader, and I think you've done that to so many other women around here. And you've done so with personal stories. I won't share some of the stories that you shared with me during my pregnancy about your pregnancy and working during that time. But and my kids are way younger than yours. But they are humorous. You pack them with humor, and they were all really tough. So thank you. Thank you for taking so good care of everybody in our city, and also all of the people that you work with. It means a lot to all of us.
And then I was going to say, my first opportunity to work with you was on the 911 MPD work group, and I think that started back in 2019. And that grew into what we now know as the behavioral crisis response. And it was a major operational lift for the city and for the police department and for our ability to show up for our community. And I know we could not have done that without your dedication and your expertise. And I'll be forever grateful that we have that here as a result of your great work. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Thank you so much, Commander Waite, for your expertise, for your humility. You are one of the most humble people I've ever met in my life. Like, when I got down to City Hall and was confused about some things, a lot of people say you should. A lot of people from North Minneapolis said you should talk to Kathy Waite, and that's exactly what I did. And you did a fantastic job of helping the Ward 4 team navigate through some situations. So thank you so much. I'm forever appreciative of your service, and more than anything, your friendship. You know, you are just such a sweetheart. You really are. I've never seen you outside of, you know, in this dress stuff. It's cute. I love it. It's super cute. You know, I'm all about the outfit. You rocking it, Commander. I love it. And so it's nice to see that. You know, it's really cool to see you just like here, like this. It's cool. Thank you. And thank you to Commander Waite's family for allowing her to serve us in this way. I think people don't understand how hard it is on families to give of your family in this way. I'm just going to end with, I hope my brother speaks of me like that one day, because I have a brother, and that was so cool. Thank you. Thank you.
I think you're up, Kathy.
Right. I just would like to say thank you to everyone. It's been my honor to serve the city of Minneapolis and its residents and business people. It's been an adventure for the last 30 plus years, and I couldn't have done it so successfully without certainly my family, my husband who still is on the job here serving the city of Minneapolis, my girls who tolerated all the phone calls and here, you text while I'm driving. And they've just been a great level of support as well. All my family members and dear friends, thank you all for coming today. And I just want to say thank you to all the community that continues to support all of the men and women of the police department, both sworn and civilian. It's really important that we continue to invest in our people. Our civilians are really the backbone of so much of what we do and don't get nearly the credit they deserve. And the sacrifices that our sworn staff make have been monumental and at times very hard for us to overcome. We will continue to work together and we'll become better each day. So I thank you all and thank you for this honor.
Now we got to really squeeze in here. So okay, we can layer. We can layer.
You won't be missed in the photo.
This one?
Oh, that's temporary. Okay.
Because I went to like
Oh, really? Well, I've never been to that thing. How's it going, man? Good. Good to see you.
Miss Cashman. I'm Zimmerman.
good to see you.
Kathy. Kathy.
Yeah,
Kathy.
I looked down at your work.
Kathy.
Yeah. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah.
I'm actually just emailing a bunch
I
of folks
just want to say congratulations. I wish I could hug you from here, but I'll get you when you come back here.
Right.
All righty.
Yeah. Well, the police department is, we had some of those problems on 15th.
Oh, okay.
Trying to
No, nothing's happening.
Inspector Nelson.
I'm just thrilled. Today's going to be a really good day.
The homeless encampment guru.
Next, I will welcome up Councilmember Chavez and Wansley for our firefighter remembrance honorary resolution.
Shootings and stuff like that.
And fortunately, you're even having a few of those. Any, take care.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Oh, there we go. Okay. So next up, we are going to. All right, let's get information. All right. Okay, then. All right, so this morning, Councilmember Chavez and I, as the leadership of the Public Health and Safety Committee, have the distinct honor of honoring all the members of the Minneapolis Fire Department for their courage and service, and remembering the Minnesota firefighters who have died in the line of duty. So I'm going to start off with the resolution language. So whereas the Minneapolis Fire Department was established in 1879, and whereas the Minneapolis Fire Department has 434 active duty firefighters, and whereas the Minneapolis Fire Department responded to 58,139 calls in 2023 with rescue and emergency medical service, calls making up 65.7% of the calls in 2023. And whereas firefighters demonstrate unwavering courage, selflessness, and resilience in the face of danger, exemplifying the highest ideals of service to others and commitment to public safety. And whereas the Minneapolis Fire Department plays a vital role in safeguarding the residents, visitors, and properties of Minneapolis, responding to emergencies with professionalism, skill, and compassion. And whereas
the men and women of the Minneapolis Fire Department continually demonstrate their readiness to confront a myriad of challenges, including fires, medical emergencies, natural disasters, and hazardous incidents with dedication, expertise, and valor. And whereas, despite being on the front lines of highly dangerous situations, thankfully the Minneapolis Fire Department has had 0 deaths of firefighters in the line of duty in 2023 or 2004. And whereas we remember that since 1881, 243 Minnesota firefighters have died in the line of duty. Further, in the 2024 nationally, 32 firefighters have died in the line of duty. We remember them all, including the 2024 a Burnsville, Minnesota firefighter. And whereas every year since 2011, hundreds of people have gathered on the grounds of the state capitol on the last Sunday of September for a solemn ceremony to remember the Minnesota firefighters who have died in the line of duty. And whereas the brave firefighters of the Minneapolis Fire Department embody the spirit of service, sacrifice, standing as the beacons of hope and guardians of safety and in times of need. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council do hereby honor and recognize Sunday, September 29, 2024 as Minnesota Fallen Firefighter Memorial Service Day to solemnly remember the Minnesota firefighters who have died in the line of duty and honor all firefighters for their courage and service. I just want to, yeah, we can clap. Want to thank our incredible first responders and the Minneapolis Fire Department for their incredible courage and to the service to all Minneapolis residents here for their work and courage. Also want to thank Chief Tyner for leading this department, making sure that we are addressing the safety concerns our residents are facing. And do want to give a big shout out to Dylan, who was helping with this resolution as well, along with other staff. So I'll first pass it to the Chief.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you and the council for recognizing us for the work that we do all day, every day for the citizens of Minneapolis. It's not easy at times, but the men and women of the Minneapolis Fire Department are resilient, they persevere, and they are out doing the work. Secondly, I'd like to thank you for recognizing those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in doing this work and have gone on before us. We will be honoring them on the 29th, as you mentioned, and so I want to also thank you for that. And lastly, I want to thank the men and women of the Minneapolis Fire Department who are doing this work every day, who are out there taking care of the citizens of Minneapolis, putting out the fires, handling the hazardous materials incidents, and all of those other things. I really do appreciate the work that you do each and every day. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We're good? Anybody else?
They knew, but you know what? I'm not embarrassed to say it. I'll never turn down an opportunity to praise our Minneapolis firefighter, the men and women of the Minneapolis Fire Department and Local 82. So forgive me, I just won't pass up that opportunity. I just want to build real quick what the chief said. One thing I do know for sure, I'm in my 23rd, going on 24 years, is they do like to be acknowledged, whether they admit it or not, or they do want to be appreciated. We don't ask for thanks. We make a nice living. We can take care of our family. But like everybody, I think that acknowledgement like today, so I really appreciate what you guys are doing today. The other piece is what people don't understand is not too long ago, I'll just use a scenario. I mean, we lost a few people, dropped out of rookie classes, stuff we never saw. And one, for example, was the wear and tear and the worry on their family, the risks, the cancer risks, the risks of fire, even acknowledging that not comfortable or not sure about putting themselves before others for people they don't even know. Well, the flip side is that our people, the men and women of the Minneapolis Fire Department, do it every single day. It might seem nonchalant because the rigs roll out and they do what they do, but it's not. It's not. It's a serious issue. We've been fortunate on the deaths, but the injuries are there, the exposures are there, the cancers are there. And it just is. So I will pass this off to the members, and I, from myself and them, I appreciate the acknowledgement by everybody, and it does mean a lot. So thank you very much.
All right. So formation again for the picture.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. Thank you. Finally, we will welcome up guests to recognize 2024 Latino Heritage Month.
There's a lot of people. Latino Heritage Month. You want to go over there? Let's go. Yeah, he is. Yes.
On both sides.
Yeah, both sides.
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. One. Yeah, we have the two Latino kids right here. So we're commemorating Latino Heritage Month for the city of Minneapolis. So it's a really important month for our community. And before I begin, I'll pass it to Councilmember Ellison and make sure that all our staff here and incredible partners get to read the resolution too.
Thank you very much. You know, in the narrow ways that we sort of define identity and race and all that stuff, you kind of are one thing or the other. And a lot of folks don't know that, like, my family's Latino as well as being African American, as well as being black. So, you know, it's a diverse community, as evidenced by the folks up here, and as evidenced by us. So excited to be up here and honor this with you all.
So we have the first person, Nicole.
Thank you so much. All right. Whereas the Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated in the United States from September 15 to October 15th, and the city of Minneapolis celebrates it as Latino Heritage Month. And whereas the terms Hispanic, Latino, Latina, Latinx, Latine, Latinat are inclusive names for the diverse ethnic group recognized during Latino Heritage Month, and
Whereas, during Latino Heritage Month celebration, we recognize the anniversary of independence for several Latino countries in the American continent, including September 15th for Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, September 16th for Mexico, and September 18th for Chile.
And whereas, according to the 2020 census, there are 16,000 Latine living in Minneapolis, almost 9% of the city's population. Statewide, about 345,600 people identified as Hispanic or Latino in Minnesota, and that means 6% of the state's population. Nationwide, there are 62 million Latine in the USA, or almost 19% of its population. And
whereas many Latinos and Latinas have made significant contributions to the world, including to the USA, highlighting those who have done so and for the first time can be particularly inspiring. And
whereas, as an example, we highlight Ellen Ochoa, Mexican-American. She became the first Latina astronaut to travel to space. Her achievements have been a source of inspiration in STEM fields and for underrepresented communities.
And whereas Gaby Moreno named the first UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador from Guatemala, in the song Till Waking Light, Moreno sings in English and Spanish from the perspective of an immigrant making the unpredictable journey from Central America to the U.S. And whereas America Ferrera, first Honduran American Latina to win the Emmy, Golden Globe, and Screen Actors Guild Award in 2007. Ferrera is also known for championing important causes, such as making sure Latinx register to vote and fighting sexual harassment in the workplace.
Whereas George Melendez Wright, the first Salvadorian American and Latino in a professional role at the National Park Service, deeply passionate about nature and wildlife, he led wildlife conservation efforts at Yosemite National Park, conducting multiple studies. And
whereas Victor Estrella Burgos, first Dominican to win the U.S. Open, and Juan Merchan, a New York State Supreme Court judge from Colombia, who gained national attention when he presided over the criminal case involving a former USA president. And
whereas Sonia Sotomayor, born in New York from Puerto Rican parents, first Latina Supreme Court Justice in U.S. history, and Lin-Manuel Miranda from Puerto Rico, widely known for his groundbreaking work in theater, particularly for creating and starring in the hit musical Hamilton, and whereas highlighting the achievements of the Latin American community in the United States inspires us to treasure, honor, embrace, and welcome the Latin American community in our own city and state, recognizing the incredible human potential that is within all of us.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council do hereby commemorate Latino Heritage Month to protect and uplift the voices, visions, and contributions brought forward by Latinos throughout Minneapolis and the United States and the world. Thank you.
And I know we have staff that wrote this resolution and does it every year, acknowledging the importance of this. So I do want to give a big shout out to our incredible city staff for their dedication in this city. And we know that as we look towards the coming years and months, the work we do goes beyond just this resolution, but actually enacting policies that impact the lives of all Latino, Latina, Latina folks in our city, and making sure that we as a body support those efforts. So I do want to make sure that staff have an opportunity to say some few words besides just reading the resolution. Uh-oh. No one? Mariano? Yes, there we go. Cool. Okay, let's set up a photo and we'll go from there. And then as we move forward, we'll have, where my office is working on maybe some celebration stuff next month, so we'll loop people into that. So, yeah, cool.
Thank you, everyone, for those presentations. At this time, I'm going to call this regular meeting of City Council for September 19th to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Present.
Councilmember Rainville.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Present.
Councilmember Ellison.
Here.
Councilmember Koski.
Present.
Councilmember Wansley.
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Present.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Present.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Present.
Councilmember Cashman.
Present.
Vice President Shugtai.
Present.
President Payne.
Present.
There are 13 members present.
Let the record reflect we have a quorum. Before we begin the meeting, I want to offer a friendly reminder to all members and staff that this meeting is broadcast live to enable greater public participation. The broadcast includes real-time captioning as a further method to increase the accessibility of our proceedings to the community. Therefore, all speakers need to be mindful of the rate of their speech so that our captioners can fully capture and transcribe all comments for the broadcast. We ask all speakers to moderate the speed and clarity of their comments. With that, the agenda for today's meeting is before us. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Not seeing any. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the agenda is adopted. The next item is acceptance of the minutes from our regular meeting on September 5th. I'd entertain a motion to accept those minutes.
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and those minutes have been accepted. Finally, we have the referral of petitions, communications, and reports to proper committees. May I have that motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and those matters have been referred. The next order of business is the presentation of reports from our standing committees. Those are taken in alphabetical order, beginning with the report of our Administration and Enterprise Oversight Committee, which will be presented by its chair, Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. The Administration and Enterprise Oversight Committee is bringing forward 34 items for approval. The first is the appointment of civil service commissioners. 2 is a passage of resolution for election judge and deputy city clerk appointments for the November 5th, 2024 election. 3 is a passage of resolution for gift acceptance from Metropolitan Police Department of travel expenses. 4 is a passage of resolution for gift acceptance from the North American Biochar Council of travel and lodging expenses. 5 is a passage of resolution for gift acceptance from International Association of Crime Analysts of travel expenses. 6 is a passage of resolution for gift acceptance from the Hunt Institute Early Childhood Policy Fellowship of travel and lodging expenses. 7 is data request process staff direction. 8 is a Neighborhood Safety Department management updates legislative directive. Number 9 is procurement practices for violence prevention contracts legislative directive. 10 is bid for First Avenue South reconstruction green stormwater infrastructure project. Number 11 is bid for Minneapolis Convention Center ballroom carpet replacement project. 12 is bid for Hilton ramp waterproofing project. 13 is bid for large diameter sewer cured in place pipelining 2024 project. 14 is bid for Minneapolis Public Works traffic control devices. 15 is council action amendments related to a bid for lead service lines replacement. 16 is council action amendment related to a contract for partnership engagement fund projects. 17 is master contracts for 2025 through 2027 Convention Center and Target Center Consulting Pool. 18 is contract with various vendors for security services for finance and property services. Number 19 is contract with Delta Dental of Minnesota for dental insurance services. 20 is contract with Bridge Healthcare Partners for school-based clinic revenue cycle management services. 21 is contract with Workday, Inc. for our enterprise resource planning system. 22 is a contract with Cure Violence Global for Minneapolis Technical Assistance Program Initiative. 23 is contract amendment with Rice Lake Construction Group for Freely Filter Plant Rehabilitation Project. 24 is contract amendment with CDM Smith, Inc. for Freely Filter Plant Rehabilitation Project. 25 is contract amendment with Deb Garvey Communications, LLC for website services consulting. 26 is contract amendments with various organizations to continue comprehensive programs in response to illicit opioid abuse. 27 is contract amendment with DataNet Systems Corporation for a speaker management module. 28 is a contract amendment with Messenger Construction Co. Inc. for the Convention Center Exhibit Hall door replacement project. 29 is contract amendment with Shaw Lundquist Associates Inc. for City Hall Restack Phase 3C. 30 is contract amendment with Inherit's Computer Corporation for upgrades to the utility billing system. 31 is contract amendments with various vendors for additional materials, labor, and equipment necessary for alley snow plowing services. 32 is contract amendment with Minneapolis Public Housing Authority for communications equipment at 3121 Pillsbury Avenue and 315 Lowry Avenue North. 33 is a contract amendment with Sound Thinking, Inc. for gunshot location system. And then 34 is gift acceptance from Environmental Protection Agency of travel and lodging expenses. I will move all items for approval with pulling number 33 for separate vote and discussion.
Councilmember Wansley have moved approval of the report minus item number 33. Is there any discussion on the remainder of the items? Councilmember Palmisano.
Mr. Chair, quick administrative change on item number 34. This was something that was walked on to AEO committee to consider before the trip actually happened. And I noticed with Council Vice President Chugtai's assistance that Ed's name is misspelled in item number 34. It's his first name. Eifler Jaramillo is correct, but if the clerks could just note that and make that small clerical change, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you for catching that. Can I get confirmation from the clerks? Mr. Clerk?
Yes, we're good.
Okay. Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to briefly speak on a couple of items. The first one being item number 15, which is a bid for lead service line replacements. And wanted to just take a moment to thank one of my constituents, Abigail Hornberger, who worked incredibly hard at the legislature back in 2023 to increase investments in replacing lead service lines, and wanted to thank them for their work.
Seeing no one else in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on all items except item number 33.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and those items are adopted. Next, we will take up item number 33, and I will call on Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. So for the past several months, there's been ongoing conversation in the AEO committee around the need for more data to analyze the utility of our ShotSpotter program. This led to just even last cycle, us passing a staff motion to carry out an independent evaluation, as well as a legislative directive to do internal and administrative analysis of the program. And I think that's a recognition of us needing more, needing to make data-informed decisions as we're making investments into tools around our public safety system. With that said, I am grateful for my colleagues, particularly Councilmember Ellison, as well as the staff in policy research and in the Minneapolis Police Department, who met and engaged with our offices for the past several weeks to talk about both this need for independent evaluation, as well as for working with us in sound thinking to come up with a modified contract proposal we're considering today that will give us the option to extend our ShotSpotter program for about 18 months while we conduct that thorough analysis, so that when we do revisit this program at the end of its expiration in March of 2026, we will have more sound and credible and objective data to be able to make an informed decision around its continuation. So just wanted to say thank you to the staff as well as my colleagues, and especially with Councilmember Ellison, for getting us to this point today.
Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. Yeah, I just wanted to thank Chair Wansley and also Vice Chair Palmisano as a member of the AEO committee for bringing forward both a staff directive and a legislative directive to study the effectiveness of this technology. And I also want to thank the Office of Community Safety for answering many questions for me about how false activations would be mitigated in the Loring Park neighborhood, where we do have a lot of high rises and we also have a highway. So I was wary of that effect with the expansion of ShotSpotter coming into my neighborhood, into Ward 7 for the first time. I'll be supporting the expansion and extension of ShotSpotter today until March 2026. I think it's appropriate for us to revisit the contract at that point once we have the data coming back to us. And I also, advocated for this expansion into my neighborhood because it is such a hotspot of gun violence, shown by the data that the department brought forward with their requests. So with that, I'll just motion to approve this item.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, colleagues. This process for ShotSpotter's extension and expansion has taken several months, and I need to say out loud that it's felt like it was being purposely slowed down the entire way through the process. Some of that is about consideration and full vetting, but certainly not all of it. I look forward to the results of both the legislative directive and the staff report on the use and effectiveness of ShotSpotter and Sound Thinking's technology. I supported the external review by Councilmember Wansley, and I authored an internal review to be absolutely certain that we were using this differently than other communities have in the past, than concerns had been voiced in committee, and in the most effective ways. To that end, studies take time, and I don't support this shortening of the contract. We talk all the time about asking for more data, listening to the numbers, and making data-driven decisions. That was option one. That was the full expansion and the full amount of the 2 years of time. Carve-outs for particular areas is not how we should be acting as a body who've committed to representing the best interests of our entire city, and it impacts the entire city. We are here not to make decisions like we own fiefdoms. It is about how we make decisions for the best of the whole city. I will end up supporting this today, but I want to be on the record that I still greatly prefer the full expansion and the full time on this contract. Unfortunately, that option didn't even advance out of committee. I wanted to advance that out of committee without recommendation so that we could all on this body make that decision together, and that didn't move forward. So something is better than nothing here, but I do want to point out my disappointment on how this has transpired.
Councilmember Osmond.
Thank you, Council President. I want to communicate with the public that we are expanding and extending the contract of ShotSpotter. I spoke to the chief, and he told me it's valuable to have this technology to make sure that we are saving lives, and it provides critical data for the MPD to do their work. As my ward had ShotSpotter, so we're not taking that away. I've been getting some emails. Somehow, council is taking away ShotSpotter technology. ShotSpotter technology is here to stay, and we actually expanded some of the hotspots in my district. So I fully support this, and we need to examine the contract, which we did, and it's gonna come forward. But just want to communicate with the public that ShotSpotter has been extended and expanded on this item. Thank you.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you have a technology like this and you have healthy skepticism both in the community and on the dais, I think if you're going to continue with the service, it's good to get some answers. I think we've built a process where we can get some answers about what this technology does and doesn't do. And I'm somebody who walked into this process as a heavy skeptic of this technology, but we all know we don't represent just ourselves up here. We represent our communities. And in North Minneapolis, I heard from my constituents, they want to see this technology intact, and they want to understand better how this technology works. And so, how do we? I kind of had to wrestle with how do I meet in the middle here? A long extension of the contract, a massive expansion that doesn't really call into question, that just assumes that this works the way we want it to, and doesn't vet whether or not it does, I felt like wasn't going to be something that I was comfortable with. But voting just purely no on the expansion, voting no, flatly no, didn't seem like it was going to be in service of the community that I represent. And so I feel like I appreciate staff having conversations with council members and figuring out how do we make sure that we get the answers that we need to get in order to understand what this technology does and doesn't do, the ways it's effective and not effective. And the service is still growing. It's just growing more moderately. The contract is still extended. It's just extended more moderately. And so I think that this is, I think there should be a way for us to meet each other halfway as a council, meet each other halfway as staff and council, and get out of this binary of like, yes to this technology, no to this technology, but what does this do? And how can we proceed in a way that is diligent and information driven? And I think that's what this proposal does. So I'll be supporting Councilmember Cashman's motion, and absolutely want to thank the chair of AO, Councilmember Wansley, in sort of ushering this process along.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President Payne. This is still expanding ShotSpotter into Minneapolis. This is still preserving ShotSpotter in the current locations. I don't understand the shifting of goalposts here. And despite those shifting of goalposts, I want to be clear, this tool does lead to the over-policing of neighborhoods of color. And I'll be supporting this today, despite the concerns of over-policing people of color in these neighborhoods. But I want to be clear, this is still expanding. This is still keeping the current contract in place. But it is going to be an effort to over-police people of color. The other thing I'll say here, if we want to reduce gun violence in our city, which I believe that we should, and we should be fighting against gun violence at every single turn and every single way, we should be implementing the programs that we have set to reduce gun violence in our city. I worked on a budget amendment to reduce gun violence in East Phillips and Midtown Phillips and 2 neighborhoods in North Minneapolis. And that passed in December. We're still not there. That program has not been implemented. So let's talk about reducing gun violence, but let's be real about the situation here. I have ShotSpotter in my neighborhoods, and people are still being shot and killed in these locations where ShotSpotter is at. This isn't going to stop people from being shot and killed. Prevention, intervention, healing, reducing and getting these guns off the street is what's actually going to reduce gun violence. But ShotSpotter is not going to do that, and I'm not going to pretend to and lie to my residents that that's going to happen, because I have ShotSpotter in my neighborhoods, and people are still dropping like flies. I'll be supporting this despite my concerns of over-policing people of color and immigrants in our neighborhoods, and despite the lack of data that it shows that this works. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I'll keep my remarks brief. I just wanted to say I really appreciated the work of the committee members on this one over the past few weeks. Personally, I think you spent a very adequate amount of time to do your due diligence on this. I am really grateful to the legislative directive that we were able to pass last council cycle to have an independent analysis on the effectiveness of ShotSpotter. Frankly, I was so surprised that we weren't already doing this type of evaluation to understand if this was helping police investigations, if this was impacting response times, if this was reducing gun violence in Black and Brown Indigenous neighborhoods. It is shocking to me that we didn't have this oversight tool over a contract we pour millions of dollars into. Good governance requires good data, and I see this approach today as us stepping forward and saying we're going to do good governance. And I was very skeptical about the expansion of the ShotSpotter program, especially looking at our city across the river, who decidedly so did not do ShotSpotter. I heard from my residents. There is definitely different points of views there, but one thing was really clear was we want you to look into this. We want you to be able to give us an understanding of what's working here, and then also go further and figure out how do we reduce gun violence in our cities. Because a technology program isn't going to be the thing that's going to get guns off of the streets and make a difference here. And I think Councilmember Chavez very well articulated how that works. I appreciate this moderate approach today. I'm having some trouble myself in even voting for that, but I see all of the work that went towards this, and I will be voting in support of this, and I look forward to getting the data and information back on the efficacy of ShotSpotter in the city of Minneapolis.
I added myself to queue just because I wanted to thank Councilmember Wansley and Ellison for your wisdom on the approach here. Also want to thank Councilmember Palmisano for initiating a legislative directive to look internally to evaluate this technology. I am a big skeptic of this technology. I'm a believer in civil liberties. I worry about the potential for government to have listening devices installed across a city. I know what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to detect gunshots through triangulation using microphones, but they're just microphones. And, anecdotally, my very first demo of this, as I did at my, first tour of 911 in my first term, staff were really excited to show me this technology. And the very first clip that they pulled up was the sound of raindrops hitting the microphone, triggering an activation of the device. I represent a community that has the lowest calls for service. If we had these microphones peppered throughout my ward, I can guarantee you we would have much more activations and much more police presence as a result of Shoreham Yards, one of the largest intermodal train yards in the Midwest. They're coupling trains all the time. There's lots of banging and noises that I am pretty sure would actually trigger a ShotSpotter incident. And so I do wonder about the effectiveness of this technology, and I think that this approach will give us the answer to those questions. We don't have to go on these kind of anecdotal stories of a council member seeing raindrops get activating ShotSpotter. We can actually get some comprehensive data to actually recognize the efficacy. And as Councilmember Chavez shared, this is not about detecting gunshots. This is about reducing gun violence. That's the goal that we need to have. If this technology helps us get there, I'm all ears to that. But our goal should be to reduce gun violence, and so we need to connect those dots. Those dots are not connected right now. Vice President Chuck Tai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to share on this amendment that we know in Minneapolis, like all major cities in our country, we are facing an epidemic of gun violence, and it has a disproportionate harm on our communities of color and our disinvested in communities. And we also know that that reports on the effectiveness and the accuracy of ShotSpotter varies from city to city, and Minneapolis is no different. I am supporting this contract amendment today, which has, to be clear, been brought forward by city staff after extensive collaboration between Commissioner Barnett and Councilmember Wansley, so that we can have a real evaluation and understanding of the effectiveness of ShotSpotter while not removing what is a significant investment in that the city is making to at least track gun violence in our city. I am incredibly grateful for Council Member Wansley's leadership as the chair of our Administration and Enterprise Oversight Committee, along with Councilmember Ellison's. Your due diligence and your collaboration with the Office of Community Safety and with Commissioner Barnett helped us get to this place and helped us be able to move forward in a thoughtful and data-driven manner. Additionally, though, I just want to name, as we're having this discussion and as we had discussion on this item in committee, that the words we choose matter, and the implication that there was some sort of intentional holdup by this body or members of this body on this contract are false. The fact is, this contract with Sound Thinking Inc., with ShotSpotter, expired in March this year, and it took the administration 5 months to bring forward their initial contract extension proposal, which, we delayed a cycle and had extensive discussion on, right? But 5 months to 2 weeks. And then when we got to the following cycle, it was actually the administration that asked for an additional delay by a cycle so that they could get the final details of the contract ironed out. So, I just want to say it's just disingenuous to cast doubt on members of this body and contribute to the spread of misinformation. That these are just the facts on how the timing worked on this contract. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Thank you. I just wanted, this has been a frustrating conversation for me this year because I think there's some false information around why and how we use ShotSpotter. So one of the things I want to make sure I say is that I don't think I've ever had conversations with people in my ward where they think ShotSpotter stops gun violence. But what they do believe is that ShotSpotter tracks gun violence. So it generates reports for us to figure out where hotspots are in our neighborhoods. It also generates opportunities for us to find out what kind of weapons are being used in these incidents of gun violence. I've had so many conversations in my ward with my precinct officers around, not getting one 911 call for an incident when somebody has been shot, but ShotSpotters went off and they've been able to go and save someone's life. So if one person's life is being saved, I think it's worth it. There's just a recent incident this summer where a father was shot in North Minneapolis with his 2 children in the car. Not one call came in, but ShotSpotter went off and they were able to go find him and get his kids into a safe situation. I'm proud of that. I'm proud to say I support ShotSpotter if that happens. I mean, if you look at the history of ShotSpotter, it happened because a young man was shot, a really young child was shot in Minneapolis over 20 years ago and was hiding in some bushes and no one knew it. And the community rallied around the police department to get this technology. So it's important that we don't lose sight of what we're actually asking for here. I would never say that this stops gun violence. People stop gun violence. You shouldn't have a gun, and we won't deal with gun violence. But what ShotSpotter does is tell us what's happening in our wards, how it's happening, and with what. And I want that. I want that for my ward. I have very different conversations in Ward 4 with folks about ShotSpotter. My conversations are, can we have them in our neighborhood? Councilmember Vita, if they don't want them in certain parts of the city, is it possible for you to get it over here in our neighborhood more? And I can't do that. The data doesn't show that we needed more ShotSpotters in North Minneapolis. But if it had, I would have definitely supported it, because it makes, regardless of how we feel as individuals, it makes people feel safe. It makes people feel like the technology makes people feel like they have a tool that is helpful, especially knowing the numbers of police officers we have on the streets right now. Technology is just going to be our friend. We have to use it in the best ways possible with the number of officers we have on the streets. And again, I just want to say, I've never had a conversation with anyone who said that ShotSpotter is going to stop gun violence, but it does identify where things are happening. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the full report is adopted. Next, we'll have the report from our Budget Committee, which will be given by that committee's chair, Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Budget Committee is bringing forward 2 items for approval. Before I detail those items and move approval of them, I will share for the record that the Budget Committee has been incredibly busy this cycle, receiving the first of our departmental presentations, digging into Mayor Fry's 2025-2026 recommended city budget. So far, in addition to the budget overview, we've received presentations from the Finance and Property Services, Human Resources, Assessing, Civil Rights, Communications, 311 Service Center, Information Technology departments, along with the Settlement Agreement and Technology Improvement Plan budgets, which total nearly $157 million out of our overall $1.9 billion recommended budget. We have 3 public hearings that are scheduled on the recommended budget, and the first of those is coming up this upcoming Monday, September 23rd at 6:05 p.m. in these chambers. We have started our public hearing calendar a lot sooner this year than we have historically, so that we are best able to incorporate the feedback that we are hearing from Minneapolis residents. In addition to that, a second public hearing will take place on Tuesday, November 12th at 10 a.m. in these chambers, and the final one will take place on Tuesday, December 10th at 6:05 p.m., after which we will adopt the city budget for 2025. The 2 items the committee is bringing forward are, 1, the passage of a resolution amending the general appropriation resolution and designating funds within the Neighborhood Safety Department's budget to reduce violence where homicides or second-degree assaults have occurred in the Lake Street Cultural District and the section of Lake Street from Cedar Avenue to Hiawatha Avenue. And item number 2 is a passage of resolution transferring $1.5 million from the contingency account to the Community Planning and Economic Development Department to provide a grant to Agate Housing and Services for the rehabilitation of Agate's Board and Lodge Transitional Housing and Shelter Facility at 510 South 8th Street. I will move approval of these items. I understand there is a substitute to item number 2 that's being brought forward by the authors, in addition to another legislative directive brought forward by council members Rainville, Palmisano, and Vita. And there is an amendment that I have to item number 1. So with that in mind, Mr. President, I'll ask that we take these items up one at a time and consider the additional motions and take up discussion.
Vice President Chugtai has moved to take up items, budget items in turn, and we will start with budget item number 1. I have folks in queue for the full report. Do we want to reset our queue, or should I call Councilmember Chavez? Do you want to speak to item 1?
Thank you, Council President Payne. I actually want to talk about both items, but I know Council Vice President Chugtai has an amendment to one of the items I'm bringing forward, so I'll just let her talk about that amendment, and then I can talk about the overall proposal.
I'm going to call on Vice President Chugtai to speak to the amendment for item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President and Councilmember Chavez. This amendment, which is in front of you at the dais today, to the Lake Street Cultural District Safety Services Amendment. It adds a section of Lake Street from Pillsbury Avenue to Lyndale Avenue South. So the Lake Street Cultural District ends at Pillsbury Avenue on West Lake Street. So it covers about half of the Carmel Mall area. And then, so this is an expansion to Lyndale Avenue to additionally cover all of Carmel Mall and the Abyssinia Cultural Center. I just want to explain a little bit about where this is coming from. There is an urgent need for critical safety services in these 4 additional blocks that are outlined in this amendment. My office and my community is really struggling right now with an uptick in gun violence in this specific area. And, there are about 4 specific incidents that have happened in the span of just a couple of weeks in that area that have resulted in the loss of life and gun violence in this community. To me, this is particularly alarming because of the density of youth and children under the age of 18 that live in that area, along with a large density of elders that live in the area, our immigrant community, our Muslim community, that have been affected so significantly by this uptick in violence. And there aren't a lot of resources that are being directed to this area. I know that community members, community leaders, my office has been in touch with the Minneapolis Police Department about how we direct additional resources into this community, but understanding those staffing shortages and wanting to be a lot more proactive in addressing these issues. I wanted to include those 4 blocks since we're already adding some additional resources into that area. I've had a chance to talk with Councilmember Chavez about this yesterday and wanted to make sure that this would work within the vision that he has and the unique needs that he's trying to address in Ward 6, Ward 9, Ward 8, and the entire Lake Street corridor. So with that, I will move this amendment and ask for a second.
Second.
Vice President Chugtai has moved to amend item number 1. It's been seconded by Councilmember Chavez. I will call on Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. As we talked about this in discussion on Monday, but just thank you all for supporting this budget proposal to bring more safety services down the Lake Street corridor and the surrounding neighborhoods. This is something that my residents have been asking for, and ways to do intervention, prevention, and healing services, and giving direction for the Office of Community Safety, Neighborhood Safety Department to decide what is best used in that area. If it's violence interrupters, that is my preference, but the Office of Community Safety will make that decision. Thank you.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, Council President, and I'm supportive of this motion, but I'm trying to understand the amendment, which seems pretty specific about, I think it says from Lake Street to, from Pillsbury to Lyndale. And then the original motion says from Cedar to Hiawatha. So are we leaving out this large swath or between those 2 specific things? Or because if I want to pass this, but I need my ward to be included, and it's not. And either it's been stated it covers Ward 8, but it doesn't. So I'm just trying to be real clear about what's going on. Are we leaving that out, the middle portion between?
Mr. President, if I may.
Please.
Councilmember, Mr. President, Councilmember Jenkins, I just wanted to address your question directly. This is going to include the Lake Street Cultural District, so that entire middle section, and then adding in parts of Lake Street on either end.
I can clarify that. So
I think that sounds like the intent, maybe, but it's stated specifically Cedar to Minnehaha.
I can explain.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you. So what this is including 3 parts on Lake Street. The Lake Street Cultural District, which is Pillsbury and Lake, 2 blocks south, 2 blocks north, all the way down to Lake and Cedar, 2 blocks north, 2 blocks south. It's additionally including Lake and Cedar to Lake and Hiawatha to intentionally include the light rail station where we are seeing a lot of challenges. Additionally, the amendment that Council Vice President Chuck is bringing forward is to include Lake and Pillsbury all the way down to Lake and Lindo Avenue South. So this will now include Ward 6, Ward 8, Ward 9, and additional more support, I believe, in actually Ward 8 and 10. So this is meant to get more support, not less. Ward 8 is included. In fact, I believe more capacity is being built now.
Thank you. I needed that clarity because these 2 specifics areas made it seem like that middle portion was being left out. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to applaud the authors for this, for both the amendment and the original, as we talked about. Your quick reaction to the increasing violence, and to remind you all that there will probably be something coming forward for the north side as well. So thank you very much for responding quickly to this crisis of violence.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. And well noted, Mr. Councilmember Rainville. Councilmember Vita and I actually talked before this council meeting began, and she told me that she's working on that, and I committed to supporting that on Monday, and I'm committing it to that as well out loud.
Councilmember Osman.
Yep. Thank you, Council President. I just want to highlight that we are putting the resource in the community. Somehow it's not getting there because of the neighborhood community safety departments. Let me just say that this is probably the 3rd time I'm going to continue to say it. Last year we sat here, we amended the budget. We passed plenty of directions, of amendments, of money that can get to the community. It hasn't got to my community yet because of, I don't know, they don't have the capacity to do RFP. So I'm calling out the administration to get to work and get the RFP out for Elliott Park. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on item number 1 as amended by Vice President Chuck.
Mr. President, so I'm clear that we're going to take one vote.
One
this
vote.
is on the original motion with the amendment incorporated.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That item passes as amended. Next, we'll take up budget item 2, and I will call on Councilmember Chavez to speak to that item.
Thank you, President Payne. As you may recall, on Monday, my office, Councilmember Koski, Councilmember Osman, you, Mr. President, and Council Vice President Chuck moved forward with the Agate Housing and Services Rehabilitation Project. This was an effort to address unsheltered homelessness in the city and to help prevent the permanent loss of needed services in Minneapolis. We acknowledge that homelessness poses a significant public health crisis, exacerbating the vulnerabilities and exposing unhoused residents to severe health risks. The 510 shelter and the 510 board and lodge provided critical shelter capacity to support individuals experiencing homelessness. With their closure, there's an immediate reduction in the available shelter space and needed transitional housing in our city. This further strained the city's capacity to meet the urgent needs for safe, secure, and accessible shelter. Reopening this facility after the renovation directly addresses this gap, immediately contributing to the alleviation of public health emergencies. In that meeting, we heard some hesitancy to use contingency funding. We listened to our colleagues and wanted to get to a place where we could all move forward together. Now, Councilmember Koski and I will move to approve a resolution amending the 2024 General Appropriation Resolution by transferring $1.5 million to CPED to provide a grant to Agate Housing and Services, Inc. for rehabilitation of Agate's board and lodge transitional housing and shelter facility at the 510 8th Street, subject to conditions. I want to be clear. This is contingent upon Agate's ability to match our $1.5 million in a future term sheet approved by this body. The amended resolution reallocates funding from city departments that are projected to have a surplus in the 2024 budget. Specifically, it reallocates funding from departments that have maintained a surplus for the past 5 years or since their establishment under the Government Structure Omnibus Ordinance. The 2024 second quarter financial status report we received this week, included all departments' current budgets, year-to-date actuals, year-to-end projections, and year-end projected surplus or deficits from departments identified. And from the departments identified, we are taking 7.5861% of their projected surplus, which will be reallocated. If at the end of the 2024 or at the end of the accounting close, the following city departments that we are taking funding from are above their year-end projections by the above their remaining surplus after this action, we will be able to use the other departments' projected surplus and or contingency funds to cover this deficit. Staff have made it clear that using departments' projected surplus and contingency funds to cover the deficit is common practice. I am glad that we found a pathway forward. The replacement of these units, I want to be clear, would cost upward to $30 million if we were to try to build new units in the city, which is why this action is even more important now and today. Preventing the permanent closure of this site is not only a practical and cost-saving move, but most importantly, it's the moral and right thing to do. Mr. President, I move approval of this, and if I can get a second, but I believe that's already noted because Councilmember Koski is also an author on the motion.
That is correct. It is assumed to be seconded because you have a co-author. Councilmember Chavez has moved item 2 as amended. I will call on Councilmember Koski.
Thank you, Council President Payne. Right now, we need to focus on the problem at hand. We've declared homelessness a public health emergency in the city of Minneapolis, yet we're still falling short. This isn't just a public health emergency, it's a responsibility we can't ignore. It's a matter of doing what's right. We are working tirelessly to provide shelter and housing services to all unhoused individuals, but we are struggling. We don't have enough resources to meet the overwhelming demand. As a result, too many of our neighbors are forced to live in unsafe conditions on the streets and in encampments within our communities. This should not be acceptable in a city that prides itself on compassion and care. When we discuss this issue, we're not just talking about the devastating potential loss of Agate's board and lodge housing and shelter facility and over the 100 beds it provides. We're talking about the broader reality. We are losing crucial shelter and housing capacity when we're already struggling to keep pace with the need. Every bed we lose is another person left without safety, stability, and dignity. It's unacceptable. We cannot afford to sit back and simply talk about the problem. We must act. And for me, that means being part of the solution. Action is not optional, it's essential. Our budget priorities must align with our moral values and priorities. If we truly care about addressing homelessness, our spending must reflect that. Once we address the immediate needs, it's time to get serious about developing a comprehensive plan to prevent and address homelessness. This plan must focus on coordination with nonprofits, private organizations, advocacy organizations, and government agencies. It needs to expand our shelter capacity, build out our supportive housing services, secure sustainable funding, and push for legislative reforms that help us tackle homelessness more effectively.
We also need to ensure data sharing and accountability so that we track progress and measure success and prioritize outreach and education to get the whole community engaged. But right now, in the absence of a formal plan or process, we must do everything possible with the resources we have. The time for action is now.
Councilmember Osman.
Thank you, Council President. And this Agate housing shelter is located in Ward 6, and I really want to thank Councilmember Chavez, Council President, and Councilmember Koski for their work. And we have crisis. We have housing crisis, as we know. We have encampments that are creating problems for the neighbors, and the folks that live there are also dying because of encampments. And this is a broader issue in the city of Minneapolis, and to hear that there's a shelter that's going away, it's really not a good look at all. So as leaders of the city of Minneapolis, we got to be the first to step up, to tell the county and the state, hey, we're committing $1.5 million to save this shelter, and we would like you to come join. And that is no brainer at all. That is just right thing to do. To save this. We are here and we complain most of the time the effect of encampments that our communities have. I do most of the time. Encampments are not fit to live for anybody, and also it really creates a huge issue in my district, mainly in my district. Some neighbors in Minneapolis don't have that issue, or some district in Minneapolis, but I do. And if I can house folks, and if we can have enough shelters for the city of Minneapolis, I feel like this problem could go away, of course, and also other services, mental health and addiction treatments and so on. But I don't know how we got here. I don't know how we let this slip, that Agate housing is closing because of lack of funding. That's just unacceptable. And I fully support this, and I encourage. I was okay actually with the original resource that it was coming. It is emergency. It is critical. But for Councilmember Chavez and Koski for being creative and finding a source to help this funding, I encourage all my colleagues to support this item, because it is critical, not just Ward 6 residents and homeless, unhoused folks, but also the entire city of Minneapolis. Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. As I prepared to come into this morning, I knew we was going to take up this item, and was really hurt by the fact that I knew likely there would be divided, debate around this. And was grounded by the scripture today, Proverbs 19:17, that said, if you help the poor, you are lending to the Lord, and he will repay you. And as a Christian, that really helped to solidify why I stepped into this position. And I know for a number of my colleagues, and I just want to say thank you to the co-authors of this for bringing this item forward and giving this body to do exactly what that scripture outlines. And that's to help our city's most porous and vulnerable residents. And actions like these is absolutely necessary when we have the Fry administration that's continuing his failed whack-a-mole approach towards encampments. And it's an approach that has not only shown to be ineffective, but it's one that treats those most porous and vulnerable residents in the most utmost cruel and disdainful way that then encourages our other residents to do the same, which was indicated with the attack on the shelter that we just saw last week. So I just want to say thank you, and we're going to, continue that different direction of treating our unhoused residents in a way that acknowledges their humanity, even as we take up the encampment removal ordinance policy after this. But I just want to say thank you for constantly championing this and not taking the different no's and obstructions that the administration has put in your way. You have not taken that lying down. You have found ways for us to be creative through finding alternative funding sources like you did today, even though I echo the same sentiments as Councilmember Osmond. The contingency funds was just as, fine, and I saw that as a request for a moving of goalposts. If it wasn't a funding source, folks would have found something else to poke holes at that proposal. But thank you either way for acknowledging that and coming up with an alternative solution. As Council Member Koski noted, it is so easy for us to pay lip service on this dais and say that we want to invest in the services that support people experiencing housing instability. But in situations like this, where we actually have concrete actions and opportunities to consider to do just that, I'm glad to see who actually will show themselves ready to demonstrate commitment using our budgetary resources and our policy options to actually show we can advance concrete solutions to this issue that is plaguing many of our communities across the city. This is just such a clear and straightforward way to make good on the values we claim to uphold in this city. So I will absolutely be supporting this. I'm also just going to note on the record, I know there's a substitute legislative directive that's coming forward. I won't be supporting that. That does seem like information that could be provided through informal inquiry process that's laid out in our legislative directive policy. So I hope colleagues, be able to email CPAD or other directors to get reporting information on how you can get connected to programs that will support renovations of shelters. But this is such an easy thing to take on and pass today. So thank you to my colleagues who had the heart, the courage, and the commitment to do their jobs in a way that takes the humanity of our encampment or our unhoused neighbors into consideration. So thank you.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you. So I'm bringing the legislative directive forward, and I'm bringing the legislative directive forward for a couple reasons. First is when colleagues bring forward legislative directives, I usually support them because I think it's the right thing to do. It's the process. It's not necessarily that I support the details of the legislative directive, but I believe that, sometimes you need that process to get clarity and get the information you need. So I want to follow that, and I've supported others in following that. So I hope that my colleagues support me in this today. I also want to say I appreciate the work that council members have done and come up with, different budget items and budget amounts for finding the dollars. As I said earlier this week, I'm not against us helping out. I think it's okay for us to do that. But, at first glance, I had a conversation with Councilmember Koski yesterday, and at first glance, I just noticed that these are a lot of departments that are ran by people of color. These are a lot of new departments. I can't get with that. I don't think it's thought out well enough for me, not for me to just make a decision today when I just get a list of departments where money will be taken from. And I hear us on the dais constantly challenging these departments and the work that they're doing, in particular, human resources, all the work that we've asked that department to do, and then to have a line item, taking money from them at this time of year and not really knowing what's going to happen. I don't like that. Again, like I said, I want to help. I want to be able to support this particular action. I think there's a way we can do that as a body. I think that, if we get this legislative directive passed today and we figure out where the money is, we don't have to go through and, create 15, 16 line items to chop up different departments, majority of people of color led newer departments. I really don't think that that's necessary. I think that there may be something in place already that we're overlooking because this decision was made swiftly. I also don't see this as an emergency. I think we have time. This is a construction project, so we have time. We definitely have another council cycle to figure this out along with staff. So I'm really looking for some support on this legislative directive so that we can get some actual concrete numbers in front of us and not have to chop up departments' budgets or hope for departments to have these amounts of money left over for us to use. And if they don't, we'll be right back at contingency. So I'm really hoping for support on the legislative directive today. Thank you.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, Council President. And I do want to just thank my colleagues for being able to identify different funds, different sources to address this issue. I do concur with Councilmember Vital that this is not an emergency, that this will not end encampments. This will not end homelessness in the city of Minneapolis, but it will maintain the housing potentially, if they can come up with another $1.5 million to house the people that are already there. So I will be supporting this. And I would ask my colleagues if I can be an author, the authors of this, if I can be added as an author to this amendment. I also want to just state that I'm really, really disappointed to hear a self-identified Christian then follow up their comments with such vitriolic, hateful speech. I don't understand it. But thank you, Council President Payne.
Can I get a clarification? You want to be co-author on the Chavez-Koski motion?
That is correct.
Okay.
The original. Are we discussing the legislative directive now, too?
We are not. Thank you. Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, to clear up some confusion, I heard Councilmember Vita introduce that legislative directive as part of this topic in general. Is it understood that we will take up a separate vote on that legislative directive after this vote?
Correct.
Thank you. A couple of comments. I guess first I'd like to congratulate my colleagues for seeing the folly that use of contingency money would have in our role, in our budgeting, and in our oversight. It's possible my words and the inputs of others have persuaded you, but it's maybe the vote in realizing that we wouldn't have 10 votes today for use of contingency dollars to give Agate money without process. 4 of us on this dais called foul. Changing the source makes the threshold for passage only 7 votes. That's different than what's on the printed agenda here. Regardless of what made you change course, you did. And unfortunately, it has the same flaws of destabilizing our budget. Unspent funds from departments or contingency go to cash balance and build reserve, creating stability in our future budgets. In a quick look through LIMS, people could see that we have given Agate millions of dollars over the past year through our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, just briefly. And if I'm not double counting, it totals over $3 million. I might be double counting, but I believe this is for their new facility. This older facility was planned to close. To again point out some discrepancies from what my colleagues have just said, Agate is closing on October 9th, no matter what. And this type of housing at 510 is not going to house people coming from encampments, and that is not the type of shelter it is. It does not have any coordinated entry into it, meaning from the county's coordinated entry program. So that argument is completely disingenuous. I said quite a lot about Agate and the continuity of it and the county's perspective of this earlier this week. Let me still point this out. This takes the legitimacy out of any and every process we have if to allocate money this way. A few months ago, we heard from Avivo in committee. They are out of funding by the end of 2025 due to expiring ARPA dollars and will fall short, $5 million short at the point they presented to us of their needed
amount of money per year to continue providing services. It means Avivo is done short of $5 million. Is this $1.5 million better spent at Agate or Avivo? We will never know with this action. This amended resolution and reappropriation of the general fund instead of contingency funds does not change my position on the appropriateness of this request. Were each of these 15 departments consulted as to the impact to their programming? Even better, did you suggest that they just overspend their budgets if needed? Directors of departments need to make hard choices with their budgets, just like we do on the allocation side. It looks as though, and you can dispute this, you can tell me that you spoke with every director and said how you could help them fall within their budget for the year. But it looks like you took the second quarter financial report, and that lacks a lot of nuance. Hiring, major spending, invoices not yet paid. We don't understand yet what the impacts of this will be. This is a bad approach. Of course, I support investment in emergency or transitional housing and rehabilitating older buildings, as it's likely to be more cost-effective than supporting new construction. We need a mix of that. These were known repairs that Agate chose to not pursue grant funding from Hennepin County 2 years ago. I would rather see a capital needs assessment of the entire portfolio of emergency housing options and determine where our money is best spent. By allowing Agate to jump the line and bypass any sort of process, any sort of application or selection process, it delegitimizes all other funding opportunities and processes that our city staff have worked to create. We are lacking oversight of these funds, and we won't even know if our performance metrics are being met. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you for your very thorough remarks, Councilmember Palmisano. I want to help. I want to help, and you're all going in the right direction, but jumping the gun, as Councilmember Palmisano said, is not good governance. Earlier today, someone said good governance is about data. We don't have the data on what all the other housing needs are for this. Good governance is also not rushed. This is a very rushed process. And I say that because the budget team has not had a chance to respond to the impact on taking the money from these budgets. If this is a good idea today, which it is, it'll also be a good idea when we get more data and understand how to do this appropriately and not favor one housing institution over the others. We can't pick and choose. We have to be fair to everybody. That is our charge. And earlier, Councilmember Osmond wondered, how did it get this way? How did this all fall apart? I feel part of that is because there was not a bonding bill this year. There was not a bonding bill to give them the allocation that they asked for. We did not get the $65 million. The bonding bill got held up this year because of the actions that we had on the Uber and Lyft. So this is kind of a falling down part of that. So let's keep working methodically and figure this out together.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to uplift how important this action is today. While Agate might be closing anyways, this is ensuring that they have the ability to open back up. That's what we're looking at right here. And while people from encampments might not be going directly into this shelter in specific, I think about the people that are supported by this shelter. Individuals living in low barrier housing, some taking shelter. I believe it was 42 shelter beds, and then 53 individuals living in that low barrier housing shelter. This is preventing people from going into encampments and more people sleeping outside. I commend the service providers who work so hard to put together a by name list and work with very limited resources and time to ensure that the folks that were within this building were able to find an adequate place to be or work through that process. That is great. I wish you didn't have to do that work. And it also shows how much of an emergency this is. I want to be a part of taking an action that ensures that we have shelter like this back online so we can continue to reduce the number of people sleeping outside, or I guess in this case, prevent that from growing. I'm really, really proud of our colleagues up here today for coming together and figuring out a solution. I know that there was a lot of time spent in thinking about the budget considerations, and my understanding, and I'm sure that Council Vice President will share more about the details, is while we're taking from a projected surplus, this isn't eliminating the entire surplus. There's still projected surplus within these departments for them to work through. And I appreciate that intentionality and that care towards our enterprise and thinking about this and weighing out the emergency that we're in. And I 100% think that this is an emergency. I said in my comments in committee, when you have a fire in a house, you don't start turning off fire hoses. You think about how you can add more resources. And I'm excited to support this. I look forward to seeing this pass, and hopefully we can see a unanimous vote after we conclude our discussion.
Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few comments and reactions just as discussion has unfolded here today and at the Budget Committee earlier this week. I'll start first by saying that I think losing 130 beds of emergency housing, whether that's shelter or transitional housing, in one of the most low barrier facilities that exists in our city, that classifies as an emergency to me. And I think it classifies as an emergency to Minneapolis residents. I will add additionally that at this time, when we are facing a crisis of homelessness, and when we are seeing the total amount of homelessness in Minneapolis and in our surrounding suburbs increase from last year to this year by approximately 17%, we need more resources and more supportive services, more shelter beds, more transitional housing, more of all of these things, not less. It is reported earlier this week, or perhaps last week, that to rebuild a facility like this at this scale would cost $40 million. And we're talking about us investing $1.5 million and leveraging that contingent on someone matching our contribution to rehabilitate this facility and have it open next year. That's a really big deal. I want to also address whether people in this facility come from encampments or not, right? Like, again, this is one of the most low barrier facilities that exist, and it was mentioned earlier, I believe, by Councilmember Palmisano, Mr. Chair, that this facility isn't a part of coordinated entry, and as such does not service people who are coming right out of encampments. And I really want to talk about how that's not true, right? There are as an example, one of the biggest success stories that we can all agree on and we lift up as a community is that Avivo Villages is an incredibly successful model that's been that has been effective at moving people into permanent housing. That's not a part of coordinated entry either. And I just want to dispel this idea that there aren't people that are experiencing unsheltered homelessness or homelessness on any spectrum that benefit and receive services and support through this facility. And then I want to talk about the sourcing for this amendment. First, I will say I'm an author on this. I've spoken extensively with Councilmember Koski and with Councilmember Chavez that it was all of the author's preference that we use contingency to make this investment. And we didn't see the support that we needed to authorize a contingency use at the Budget Committee earlier this week. And the number one piece of feedback that I heard and has been reiterated here today was, I'm with you. I support this. I think this is a good thing, but I don't like the source. And so over a couple of days, right, the authors of this amendment and specifically Councilmember Koski and Councilmember Chavez hustled to find a different source. I also want to be clear that this is a data-driven and fact-based source that we're using here, right? There isn't preferential treatment that's happening. Not only are these departments that are listed here and the amounts that are listed here, not only are these departments projected to end the year below their budgeted their budgeted department budgets, right? They have historically done so. We looked at the council members, Koski and Chavez looked at the last 5 years worth of data. As we are digging into the budget cycle, I've been looking at the last 7 years worth of data. These are departments that historically, year after year, underspend their budgets. And we are taking a portion of what they underspend and using it in this way. I would add that, like, we are, we're taking a chunk of money that departments are not projected to use, and several of these departments have actually come and presented in front of this body in the Budget Committee and have told us that they have a significant amount of vacancies and have told us that they believe they will come in under budget and they don't have plans to reuse, to reappropriate or move around their vacancy savings for a different purpose. Their intention is for those savings to fall to the bottom line. So we're not cutting anyone's budgets or services that they're delivering for Minneapolis residents. This isn't targeting any specific departments. It's evidence-based. And then the last piece I just want to address around the picking and choosing which facilities. Last December, this body collectively unanimously voted for an amendment or a proposal to transfer a significant amount of resources to Helix, and there wasn't a process around that, and I don't remember us talking about preferential treatment back then, and I don't see a reason why we're talking about that now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Vita.
I just want to say, a lot of time thinking about budget considerations, more like 12 hours to think about budget considerations. The irony of this conversation when we just had comments around a 6-month conversation around ShotSpotter was necessary, but we can just do this in 12 hours, whatever time majority of the council believes they need to make this is really ironic, and it's actually laughable that those very two subjects that came up today, 6 months is okay for one, but 12 hours is okay when council members know they have the votes.
Seeing no further discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
And Mr. President, can the clerk please clarify the vote?
Yes, I will have the clerk call the roll on item number 2 as amended by council members Chavez and Koski, and as co-authored with Councilmember Jenkins.
I think she wants to be a co-author on the overall resolution.
Correct.
Yeah, got it. Yes. Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
No.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shabtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 10 ayes and 3 nays.
That item carries and the full budget report is adopted. Next, we will take up our Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee, which will be given by that committee's chair,
I'm
Councilmember.
sorry, Mr. Chair, the legislative directive.
I apologize. Is somebody in queue to introduce that? Councilmember Palmisano, would you like to speak to that?
Sure, let me just get it up. Actually, I'll offer this first to my colleagues, Councilmember Vita, if you wanted to.
Thank you. So earlier this week, I talked about bringing this legislative directive forward so we could work with the mayor's administration to figure out some pathways to finding this money and creating a process so that when we do have others come and ask, how did this group get bumped up to the top of the list, and how can, we do the same for others? There is at least a process in place or some type of funding stream that we have if we needed to create waivers, if we don't have actual policy in place now that supports this $1.5 million allocation, we can do so. And so I've brought this legislative directive forward with Council Members Rainville and Palmisano in hopes that we could figure out where to pull this money from for this project to be funded.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, Council President, and I appreciate my colleagues for bringing this legislative directive forward, and I would ask them if I can be a co-author on this legislative directive. Thank you.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important for us to get a presentation on how we legitimately consider several asks that there will never be enough money for. I mentioned in my previous comments of Vivo needing to close at the end of this year because of their funding gap as presented at committee, but there are others. Earlier this week, I mentioned Common Bond, Aon, Agate, St. Anne's. All of these have had their cost of insurance go up, have had their costs of staffing go up, have struggled, and we need to be very clear about how we might move forward a process that would help to bring the greatest public good into our city through a process, and a competitive one at that. So that is why I am super pleased that my colleague suggested this as one response to the current vote on Agate. So thank you for everybody's work on that.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I'm going to be voting no on this. We just figured out the funding stream with 10 votes. It just passed. I recommend that if this is going to be moved forward, that it goes through the committee process, and then we can decide to do amendments through that process, but I recommend that we do not adopt this today, so I'll be voting no.
Vice President Chuck Tai.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question or clarification for you and perhaps Clerk Carl. I see this item as being an addition to the Agate Housing and Services Rehabilitation Project, but the substance of this legislative directive is not specific to Agate Housing, and it talks about broadly service providers requesting funding for repairs for facilities. Is this? I wonder if this is outside of the narrow scope of the general appropriation resolution and should have been a separate item altogether.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. President, to the Vice President's point, I don't think this is necessarily related to the action that was just taken. I don't see them as directly related. That said, it is generally pertaining to the subject matter that was raised by the issue of funding Agate. I think that it's a separate action that has a tangential relationship. If the council wishes to move it forward today, it can. I think that Councilmember Chavez also suggested this could be brought forward through the committee process. I think the council ultimately has the ability to say today we'll refer it to committee. They could approve it today, or they could take no action on this today and let the authors bring it forward through the committee process.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Koski.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I appreciate and share my colleagues' desire for some sort of strategy, plan, or process. The reality is we don't have one, and if we had one, we wouldn't be here in the first place. This legislative directive asks for administration to share something that doesn't exist, and for that reason, I can't support it. But I would be happy to work with my colleagues to write a legislative directive, go through the committee process that will prompt us to work together to create a comprehensive plan that includes a process for this. I've already started on this, so colleagues, keep an eye on your inboxes for that coming to you soon.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our colleagues have written this today and have set this intention forward, and I'm wondering if we couldn't just, if it's considered a friendly amendment or if it is, I don't want to be out of bounds here, if we could just forward this to the Biz Committee for consideration as opposed to passing it here for full council. I think we could just take that action. I would hope it could be unanimous if we take that action, but instead of forwarding it here, let's, if it's considered friendly by the authors, instead of forwarding it to, passing it today, we could forward it to Biz right here.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Councilmember Ellison. Of course. I mean, this is intended, it passed before this. So this is intended, to begin the work and, to what Councilmember Koski said, there definitely is a process, and this will help us get there. We'll get the specific details on what currently exists right now. So going to committee is absolutely fine, and we can work it from there. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I was at agenda setting for Biz yesterday, and the agenda is packed. There was potential presentations being delayed, potentially moving to COW. There is little to no time on that agenda. I'm not opposed to sending this to committee, and if it gets delayed in committee for further conversation, that's an opportunity there too. But I do want to be clear, one of my items, along with Council Member Chowdhury and Council Vice President Chuck Ties, might get delayed that day too because it's so packed. So I preferred going through the regular process, submitting the RCA, but again, if we're going to send it to committee, just know that it might get delayed because of the time too.
Can I just say that the vice chair just said it's okay? I mean, of that committee. So I think it's fine.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you, Councilmember Ellison. I agree with you. Thank you, Councilmember Vita. Let's just move this forward. Let's vote on this today. And to your point, Councilmember Chavez, sitting on the Biz Committee, I am sensitive to how packed the agendas are. So perhaps this wouldn't take a lot of conversation, and I would just leave it up to the chair, chair and the vice chair to understand the flow of all this. So let's move forward. Let's start this discussion about how to have a process, because 80% of all the nonprofits in Minnesota are underfunded. So the request for housing is just going to come and come and come, and let's be prepared so we're not showing that the loudest voices get heard first.
Councilmember Osmond.
Thank you. We're, as a chair of BIZ, we're happy to take this item, and we'll figure out the timeline it's coming through. There's a lot of good presentations that come through about housing in BIZ, so this will be one of them. Thank you.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Osmond, as chair of that committee. All this is asking for is a presentation of our existing processes, not to invent a new process. There are several consideration processes to fund housing, as we've been doing, to the hundreds of millions of dollars. And we're simply asking, in today's current environment, with the questions that we are all getting from Catholic Charities, Common Bond, Aon, so many of our nonprofit and some for-profit housing providers, can we level set with the processes that we have and ask questions about that? And it's asking us to do so by the end of November, so it's nothing that needs to be largely talked about at committee. Again, we have several consideration processes in place, and I look forward to it. I think it's a positive story to tell about where we've put our money in the past, the kind of good that's come from it in the past, and how we should be looking at these Affordable Housing Trust Fund and other buckets with fresh eyes, with the eyes of what our current needs are as a city. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just jumping in here quick. The motion to move it to the Biz Committee would have my support, but to just take this legislative directive on today with questions I think we should take up in committee won't have my support. So I just wanted to note that, and I think it would be wise for us to forward it to the Biz Committee.
I added myself to queue because I just wanted to speak to, I spoke with the clerks before this, trying to identify, was this an item that needed the agenda to be amended, or if it was a substitute, and it wasn't particularly clear to any of us. Upon reflection, this is technically out of order, right? Just functionally from a procedure perspective. And then when we think about the extent of the problem that we're trying to solve, this isn't about one shelter. We actually have an emergency that is structural in nature that needs us to work together with our partners at the county, our partners at the state, our partners at the federal government. The scope of this is vast and it's larger than any one budget. I agree with Councilmember Palmisano. There should be a process. The time to start that process was about 2021 when we appropriated our first ARPA distributions to organizations with the full knowledge that there was going to be a fiscal cliff today. And it is actually very disappointing that the administration didn't develop that process. And I think to Councilmember Koski's point, if this is just a presentation of what the process already is, well, clearly that process is not functioning because we've arrived at this moment where we are seeing all of our service providers on the brink of collapse, if not collapsing. And so this legislative directive is very incomplete. It doesn't address the scope of this challenge. But I appreciate the grace that Councilmember Ellison has brought to suggest that let's build on this then. So definitely this is not something we should be passing today. I think it needs to be much more comprehensive. And that's the work of committee. That's not the work that we do here in full council. So I have not heard a formal motion to refer this to committee or a second.
So moved.
Second.
I'm making the formal motion to refer it to committee, please.
It's been made already.
So Councilmember Vitaw has moved and a referral to this motion, legislative directive to the Biz Committee. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Rainville, I see you in queue.
No, I was in queue to second the motion. Thank you, Councilmember Vitaw, for making that motion. And let's move forward and let's not blame anybody, any administration. Let's just fix this problem.
So I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Walmsley.
Nay.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes and 1 nay.
That carries, and that item will be forwarded to the Biz Committee for a date to be determined. Now we'll have the report from our Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee, which will be given by that committee's chair, Councilmember Osmond.
Thank you, President Payne. The Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee is bringing forward 21 items for approval. Item 1 is approving an application for Darling for on-sale liquor with Sunday sales, limited entertainment license. Item 2 is approving an application for Aki's Bread House, I think, for an on-sale wine with strong beer, limited entertainment. Item 3 is approving application for La Madre, on-sale liquor with Sunday sales, no live entertainment. Item 4 is approving an application for Mintajo Catering and Events for on-sale liquor with Sunday sales, general entertainment license. Item 5 is approving an application for Folding Warehouse, Minneapolis for on-sale liquor with Sunday sales, no live entertainment license. Item 6 is approving a passage of rental pre-eviction notification ordinance. Item 7 is approving a land sale for various other actions for 2114 23rd Avenue and portion of 2103 West Broadway. Item 8 is approving modification of 3 tax increment financing TIF plans to increase TIF budget for affordable housing. Item 9 is 3 liquor license approval. Item 10 is 39 liquor license renewal. Item 11 is 3 gambling license approval. Item 12 is 18 gambling license renewal. Item 13 is authorizing a contract with SMG for FIS Fire Watch services. Item 14 is approving commemorative street name addition of Deshaun Hill Jr. Way to 16th Avenue North between Irving Avenue North and Knox Avenue North. Item 15 is accepting a scholarship agreement for Heritage Preservation Commissioners and CBED staff to attend the Preserve MN 2024. Item 16 is consenting to a small and medium multifamily loans assumption and amendment for 3123 23rd Avenue South. Item 17 is approving the Wedak Commons Affordable Housing Trust Fund project budget. Item 18 is approving modification to the Portland Village project financing. Item 19 is approving camp plan amendment and right-of-way vacation of portion of 1027 Essex Street Southeast. Item 20 is approving the office to residential conversion ordinance. Item 21 is approving bond policy amendment and referring to the matter to the MCDA Board of Commissioners, who will be meeting after this council meeting. I will approve all items. Thank you.
Councilmember Osmond has moved approval of the report. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did want to speak on item number 6. I'm not sure if my colleagues are going to pull it out, but I do want to make a comment on that.
Go ahead and speak to it.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm super excited to bring this rental pre-eviction notification ordinance forward with you, Mr. President, Councilmember Chowdhury. This ordinance moves the 14-day notice to a 30-day notice. These additional days can mean that we better work with Hennepin County to access more resources, and that renters are better able to seek legal support, rental assistance, or even have time for a check or payment to come in. This is a homelessness prevention tool, and I'm glad that we are moving forward with this today. I also want to acknowledge the work that Councilmember Ellison and Councilmember Osmond did with the City Council in 2021, where they adopted the 14-day notice, and glad that because of their work, we're now able to expand this resource for Minneapolis residents.
Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak to item number 20, the Office to Residential Conversions Ordinance. First of all, I just want to thank CPED Planning Director Meg McMahon and Zoning Manager Jason Wittenberg for all the work that they've put into this ordinance. But I do want to speak to why this is so important for Ward 7 and for downtown. Our goal is actually to double the downtown population by 2035. And in order to do that, we need to build a lot more housing downtown. The good news is we have a lot of vacant buildings to do that with. And office to housing conversions are gaining steam. More developers are finding ways to finance and adapt commercial buildings to new uses. 2 recent examples in Ward 7 include the Groove Lofts at the North Star Center on 2nd Avenue, and the Bimoseda Culturally Specific Supportive Housing led by Beacon, which is on North 4th Street. So while I will continue to support a statewide building conversion tax credit at the state legislature that I hope will pass this session, these zoning code amendments before us represent a few of the things that we can do at the city level to streamline and support building conversion efforts. So number 1 in the zoning code change is eliminating the public hearing requirement to reduce the amount of process time by 2 to 3 months for planning an adaptive reuse project. Second, it eliminates the inclusionary zoning requirement to help make these projects more financially viable. And third, it eliminates the need for a travel demand management plan, which also saves money because third-party consultants would be required to complete that work. And for downtown, where the built environment is already so well established, it's not a critical part of the process. So finally, another great reason to support this is that adaptive reuse housing actually has 75% of the cost going into labor and 25% of the cost going into materials, whereas with a new building, it would be the opposite, where 75% of the funding goes into materials and 25% of the costs go into labor. So for sustainability reasons and also for job creation, supporting this new type of housing in our city really has a great impact. So thank you for the CPED staff who put a lot of work into this, and thank you to the co-author of this amendment, Councilmember Rainville. It's been really great to work together on this, and I'm excited to see it moving forward for approval today.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to put in a quick word for this land sale along West Broadway to Neon. Just one for the ward that's going to bring, I think, a lot of jobs, a lot of entrepreneurial opportunity there. And so just want to thank Neon and city staff for making that project work and getting it closer to reality. But I mainly wanted to pull item number 8, this TIF financing for affordable housing, this budget item here, because our meetings got so long that we got a presentation on it, we got a short presentation on it, but I don't think we were able to really honor sort of the full scope of what this means. This is essentially staff, our tremendous staff, taking some action to free up around $9 million that'll go towards the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, that'll go towards us being able to support hundreds of projects that we wouldn't otherwise be able to support. If you guys are having some of the conversations that I'm having, you're hearing that nationwide market rate housing, new build for market rate housing is slowing to a halt. That any of the housing that is being built with a lot of subsidy, and yet we're seeing, folks are running out of subsidy, including us, right? Governments are facing budget shortfall, and so we're on a collision course with not seeing a whole lot of new housing being built one way or another. This puts us in a position to keep that drumbeat going, to have new units online, to have old units be renovated, and this is not sort of one of those things that's a given. This is one of those things that was worked on diligently by Angie Skildum and her team, and so I want to thank Angie Skildum, I want to thank Matthew Hendricks, and I want to thank Becca Agate, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, just for their tremendous work in being able to find this money so that we can put it towards continuing to execute our affordable housing goals. And the last thing I'll say, just to sort of pile on some of the thanks for staff, is that often, we get locked in on these conversations when they're contentious, right? Sometimes we have disagreements with one another, and it's easy to lean into that and focus on those disagreements. And we should have those debates. But I think one of the things that sometimes gets lost is we lose a little bit of time to celebrate how tremendous and brilliant our staff are. And at the risk of playing favorites, I'd say Angie Skildum sort of counts among some of our most brilliant staff. And so just want to honor her work and thank staff and her team for finding $9 million. Again, is a huge deal for us to be able to have that money and put it towards the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
And just to clarify, Councilmember Ellison, and apologies for stepping out, were you pulling item 8?
No, just thanking staff for their work on item 8.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I just want to start off by saying, as you can tell, we are busy in the Biz Committee. We have packed agendas, and we're looking at another packed agenda. And I just want to uplift the positive around that. Our city staff works tremendously hard, and so just a big thank you to CPED, Regulatory Services, and all other staff that are present for the entirety of those meetings. And also just thank you to our chair and vice chair for their due diligence in getting us through committee. I think this cycle we have accomplished a lot together, and there's a lot to celebrate. I pass on my thanks to Councilmember Cashman and Councilmember Rainville for their work on their ordinance. I'm super excited to support it. I think it's such a positive thing for us to do in our city, to bring back downtown, to create more housing, to revitalize our tax base in a new way. So thank you for carrying that out. And I am really, really proud to be kind of standing on the shoulders of Councilmember Ellison and Councilmember Osman on co-authoring the rental pre-eviction notification ordinance. I'm just really proud that we're taking this action today. In the city of Minneapolis, this is a step forward in preventing and reducing evictions, creating the time to line up systems, right? And we are very fortunate that in Hennepin County, we have emergency rental assistance. And what we learned is a 14-day timeline doesn't line up with the timeline necessary to receive those funds. So this is just making sure that systems are aligned. We're also helping support some of the most in need renters, right? To receive an eviction notification on your door is extremely alarming, especially if the reason why you weren't able to make rent is because life happens, right? You're taking care of others. Maybe there's a medical emergency. Maybe just in this economic climate, you're struggling. And so to offer up more time, to work with services, to work with legal counsel, I think is really important and also can create a better relationship between the renter and the property owner. And I'll just say I'm excited to be a leader in the state and be in partnership with St. Louis Park, who is thinking about moving this similar legislation forward. One of the Brooklyns, I don't want to get it wrong which one, who has already moved forward this legislative action. And I'm just really looking forward to getting this in our city code. And I thank all of the city staff that helped us get this together.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. I want to speak to several items. First of all, item number 3, if you'll notice, that's La Madre, a restaurant, a new Mexican restaurant opening in downtown. I had a chance to meet the chef. He named after his mother. He has a lot of his mother's recipes. So I find great irony that as we celebrate Latino Heritage Month, we have a Latino restaurant opening up here in Minneapolis. Speak a little bit to item number 6. I'm going to vote for this. I've really thought this through, but I do want to just announce that there's always two sides to every story, right? So the landlords that have contacted me, they have advised that perhaps, it remains to be seen, but perhaps this is going to slow down more construction, that it's going to increase costs because of the potential loss of rent is going to be spread across current renters. And of course, there's always the smaller landlords who are concerned that by waiting 30 days, and you spoke very well to this in community, Councilmember Jenkins, which really impacted me about how your mother relies on that rent. And my fear that the smaller landlords can't absorb not getting their rent on time, and that's going to cause them financial hardships, which in turn perhaps would lead them to sell. And who's going to buy are these big national corporations. And as many problems as we have now with such high local ownership, our problems are going to be even greater if our housing stock starts turning into national. So that's, everybody likes to look down the road and look in the crystal ball. That's my attempt to do that. We should just keep an eye on that as we get data onto the effect of what all this, but I will be voting for that today. And then last, on item number 20, Councilmember Cashman, you spoke very well to that. Thank you for explaining in detail what we're trying to do. But this is our attempt to prime the pump in downtown. We have all these empty office buildings, old, beautiful brick buildings from the turn of the century. We can turn those into housing very quickly if we get the help from the state. And I know, Councilmember Chowdhury, you're the expert at state government. So I thank you for accepting the task to get the state to approve those tax credits. I'll be the first to bring that bottle of champagne in.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, Council President. I will only speak to item number 6. And I, too, have had extensive conversations. I've had extensive outreach from my constituents. I spoke with small landlords, including my mother. And, I am going to be able to support this item today, as I did in 2021 with the 14-day extension. And so, but to Council Member Rainville's point, I abstained from the first 2 votes in committee to be able to bring awareness and attention to the fact that this potentially could have deleterious impacts on very small landlords who rely on that rent. We are extending this out to 3 months. The reason why you filed an eviction notice is because you already lost rent. So now you're going to wait another 30 days before you can even notify the person that you're going to evict them. And then they have another 2 months before they're out. So I just want us to be aware of the potential impacts that this can have on very small landlords and be ready to step in to prevent homelessness in that instance as well. Thank you.
Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to speak on a couple of items that other members have offered comments on as well. The first being item number 20, the Office to Residential Conversions Ordinance by Councilmember Cashman and Councilmember Rainville. This is really excellent work. I know that the growing the downtown economy and the continued revitalization efforts of downtown are incredibly important to you as the council members that represent our downtown community, and I see the tremendous amount of work that you are both doing in partnership with one another to advance policies and actions that help make that a reality. And then I'll just note, a special thank you and appreciation for Council Member Cashman. I remember in my first term, it wasn't until the start of my second year on the council that I got to pass an ordinance that I had authored and spent a lot of time and energy working on, and we're 9 months in, and this is your second one that you've gotten across the finish line, and that's a really big deal. Congratulations, and thank you for your work. And then secondly, I wanted to also offer some comments on item number 6, the rental pre-eviction notification ordinance, which is a really big deal for renters across different experiences, but in particular for low wealth and low income renters in our communities. I represent a majority renter community. I live in a 90% renter neighborhood that also isn't a very wealthy one, and I see the impact that the loss of stable housing can have on a person's life. And as we're talking about what are the impacts of this the extension of the pre-eviction notification period on the broader market and our local and small housing providers, small landlords here in Minneapolis. I also want us to think about the impact that this is going to have on renters. An eviction is a traumatic event. It is a life-changing event that happens in a person's life. As an example, a friend of mine experienced an eviction in 2017, and the reason that happened was they had a mental health crisis and ended up in the hospital for about 3 months, and had parents that had that didn't have the ability to pay their rent while they were in the hospital, and as a result they were evicted from their home. it's 7 years later now, and they can finally rent again. And in that interim, have had to figure out housing situations like staying with friends for short periods of time, or staying in someone's guest room or on their couch, and that type of that lack of stability in the way that an eviction changes a person and a family's life it cannot be underscored enough. So I just want us to also be thinking about the tenants the renters in our city, our constituents, our residents, who we are also supporting by advancing this policy and making it easier for residents to be able to access some of the supportive services and aid and be able to stay in their homes. And just also want to thank the authors of this ordinance, Council Members Chowdhury, Chavez, and Council President Payne for your work on this.
Councilmember Osman.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to talk about rental pre-eviction. This is another great tool for us to use to limit the crisis we have, so we don't have more homeless issue. As a large renters in my district, this is really a good tool for them to come up, to give them enough time to come up with the payment. As we know, the Hennepin County emergency, takes about 30 days to unprocess, and that will give the individual to at least come up with that money. And this is really a good tool for residents. And also, as someone who has worked in a large property apartment in the past, actually, it saves money for preventing eviction. Saves money for landlords, small or large, because imagine going through eviction, the court payment. Now they got to do the cleanup. They got to do the relisting. They got to do the looking at the time of vacant, trying to find the next tenant. So the landlord do lose money when eviction is happen. And also, as Council Vice President talked about, devastating effect on the residents themselves. So it's a win-win situation, given time to come up with that monies to pay that, and this only affects the payment side of it. Let's just be clear that this pre-eviction ordinance only affects the payment side of it. If there's other violation or infraction, lease infractions, this process does not affect. So working with the landlords and the business community, and also working with the residents, I think this ordinance works perfect. 30 days, it's enough. Thank you.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't have the opportunity to sit in the committee meeting. I'm not on this committee, but I did watch some of it and listen to some of it. Something that seems like it was talked about was that 30 days would be in compliance with state law. And that's not accurate. The state law says 14 days, but it is allowable for our city to go further. And I think that St. Louis Park and Brooklyn Center may have already gone to 30 days. But I want to point out that somebody testified, I don't know who, that they would then need to start eviction proceedings as soon as the rent is due and not offer grace periods or anything. And some of that might be due to the financial constraints of the people who own these properties. You know, the Twin Cities Housing Alliance has said a lot about this. They have a lot of concerns. They think, and I don't know that this is the case, that it will be more difficult and costly to remove residents who are creating unsafe living conditions for others, particularly where it's difficult to prove a lease violation. And it will negatively impact Minneapolitan renters who want to live in a safe and peaceful home environment. I have had some of these issues this year in my ward where it was extremely difficult to remove someone that was placed there that was wreaking absolute havoc and terror
onto other members of this small apartment building. I worry that this sends a message to the housing industry as a whole that they are the problem. They're not, and we want to work together with them to solve the housing crisis. But they feel that then this adds barriers to new production. It increases costs in already crumbling housing markets, and it adds to the list of other costs where developers will look elsewhere in our region. I don't want to create more regulations that make it harder to develop and own housing in the city. Many property managers say no, and with examples of what's really going on in the world about it. Small and extra small portfolio owners, people who maybe just own a triplex, like this impacts them greatly. And I've heard from them saying that they would have to start eviction proceedings earlier instead of allowing their renters grace and a couple days or a couple weeks and give everyone that goodwill. I think that's what we want to foster here. No one wants an eviction on their record. As it was mentioned, it's horrible to have an eviction on your record in terms of trying to repair that as you move forward. So I wanted to just raise those flags of concerns that there are both pros and cons here, and that makes this difficult to do. The more likely properties for natural occurring affordable housing are offered at 60, 50, maybe 30% of AMI. And they need our protection from foreclosure if they're unable to pay their mortgages. This could force property owners of all sizes, naturally occurring affordable housing up to market rate, to immediately begin eviction processes on day one of non-payment. And that is a very difficult unintended consequence. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I just want to make some quick clarifications, and this is not about safety. This ordinance passed in 2021 that has issues with safety that were addressed. This is just about a lack of payment. This is not about safety. This is moving the timeline from 14 days to 30 days. There was a presentation that I hope everybody listened to in the Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee that talked about this. 14 days to 30 days. The safety component was addressed in 2021. This is from a lack of payment. That's it. I also want to talk about a few things. This is allowed under state law. We're allowed to do this. 90% of evictions are due to unpaid rent. And a lot of people that are evicted because of unpaid rent end up in shelters. Do we want to reduce capacity? Do we want to have more shelter space if we're going to address this housing crisis? I believe we do. An additional 16 days. That means one person that is waiting for that paycheck to be able to provide food on their table, provide a roof over their head, can potentially get that check and say, today I'm not going to be evicted because I can pay my rent. There's a human element to this. And the human element is that if we can prevent someone from being homeless, and if we can believe in the dignity of people, that they can have an extra 16 days to stay in their apartment, let's do it. Let's vote for this.
Vice President Chuck Tai.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of additional comments related to item number 6. The first thing I just wanted to mention was this is a form of an upstream solution, and I know that's something that we hear our administration staff and department heads often talk about. That one of the as we look to address homelessness in our community broadly, but even but specifically the crisis of unsheltered homelessness, the thing we need to invest in is upstream solutions, and this is an excellent example of one. The prevention of homelessness is a part of meaningfully addressing this crisis, and it's not lost on me that this is the second of 3 actions that the body is going to consider today that advance a housing first approach and each look at addressing homelessness and our housing crisis in different and unique ways, and that's a really big deal. The second thing I just wanted to mention was I really heard the comments about like multinational corporations or large corporations coming in and buying up property when there's the potential for the example Councilmember Rainville brought up earlier, Mr. Chair, and I think that generally speaking there's a shared concern among policymakers here about wanting more local ownership, wanting more affordability in our city, and the preservation of the stock that is owned by small and local landlords, and to that I'll just name as a preview for the next couple of months. Councilmember Ellison and I are bringing forward an ordinance to address this exact sort of thing, the Affordable Housing Preservation Ordinance, which is coming up in a couple of months. That's around addressing the preservation of our affordable housing stock and better helps maintain local ownership. So that's something to look forward to, Councilmember, and I hope that that's something you'll be excited to support. And then, I'll just end with, I remember as a Minneapolis resident back in 2017 and 2018, when the previous council at that time was considering, the inclusionary zoning policy, and there was this immense amount of panic and fear and hysteria, maybe even about how it would decimate new construction, and in the years that came after, we saw that it had no such impact. And so, just taking some of those concerns with a grain of salt and looking to history to see how policies that support our community members that are struggling generally tend to have a positive impact on our community.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to talk a little bit about why a policy like this is important and strip away and I don't mean to be disrespectful here, but strip away some of what feels like a little bit of like doomsday fantasy and talk about how these policies actually interact with people in real life, how they protect people in real life, and what they do and don't impact. This kind of policy, it affects non-payment of rent only, right? Meaning that that it affects non-payment of rent only, so I'll start there. If you have a unit that's dealing with crime issues, safety issues, that's dealing with other types of lease violations, this ordinance simply does not interact with those instances. Now, why is it important for us to create some disruption here? Well, for a couple of reasons, in my opinion. It's a pre-eviction filing, meaning that after those 30 days are up, you can have an eviction filed. Now, when somebody has an eviction filed, that stays on their record, even if the eviction itself does not occur. Makes it hard for them to find new housing. It makes it really untenable for them to re-enter the housing market in any way. And so this is a pre-eviction filing. A colloquial name in other jurisdictions for this kind of policy is called a pay or quit notice. It means pay me for living in my unit or get out of my unit, right? So if that tenant, and I think in real world practice, no tenant wants the eviction on their record, that tenant is going to do one of two things. They are going to either pay you the rent that you're owed, or they're going to get out of your unit. So this 3-month timeline is a fantasy. It's a doomsday fantasy. It doesn't exist in practice. It might be able to exist in theory, but it doesn't exist in practice. Give me something real. If we're going to talk about criticisms of a policy like this, give me something real, right? And so I think that and no one in committee said that this policy matches state law. Said the opposite, actually, that the previous policy was then adopted by the state as state law. And so whereas we did not necessarily have the standing to maybe have a 30-day notice before the state took action, we felt like we could push that out to 40 days. That was the logic then, back in 2020, 2021, when the first policy was adopted, that now that the state has created their timeline, basically matching our previous policy, that we now have a little bit of wiggle room to extend our timeline. And why is it important to extend our timeline? Not just for the heck of it, not for the sake of it, but the county has rental assistance for this exact type of situation. But guess what? Takes about 28 days to get it out the door, right? And so even though we had a 14-day pre-eviction filing on the record because we felt like that was what was legally defensible, we knew that it wasn't enough. It was a little bit of a cushion. It was something, but we knew that that wasn't enough. If a landlord wants to issue the pre-eviction filing to their tenant on day one, that's fine. They've got they are now giving their tenant a couple of tools to work with. One is they're giving their tenant some notice to either pay or get out the unit. The second is the county often wants proof that you can't pay, wants proof that you are about to be displaced. And a pre-eviction filing can often qualify as said proof. So now you go to the county with your pre-eviction filing to say, I can prove that I'm getting displaced. Here's the pre-eviction filing. And now you're better equipped to receive county resources, which I don't know where it stands today, but I know in 2021, it was so hard to get this kind of service that the money was annually underspent, overwhelmingly underspent. I hope that's not still the case today. That is why this policy is important. That is why the change in timeline is important. And I hope there's a little bit more clarity about what the policy does and does not do. Let's not devolve into fear tactics around how this is going to destroy the small landlord or create a 3-month timeline when we've never seen any evidence of that. Show me that. Don't fantasize about it. Show me the example that you're referencing. And so I get a little bit frustrated because when we're up here disagreeing about policy, we're focused on disagreements. We disagree on the tactic. But for some reason, when it comes to tenant protections, we got to contend with lies.
Your time is up.
Oh, I'm done.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Yeah, I just got to rebut. If people would either pay their rent or move out, there would be no need for evictions. So, and we have many, many evictions in our society, in our city. And so that whole statement is kind of ridiculous. There's no need for evictions if people would just move out. They don't do that. They stay until they are removed.
I see no further discussion. I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the full report.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the report is adopted. The next report is from our Climate and Infrastructure Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. Climate and Infrastructure Committee has 10 items today. Items 1 through 3 are approving the 2025 operating plans and service charges for the Downtown Business Improvement Special Service District, West Broadway Improvement Special Service District, and the 428A Special Service Districts. Item 4 is approving the concept layout for the 10th Avenue South Bridge over the Midtown Greenway. Item 5 is approving the concept layout for the 26th Street East and Hiawatha Avenue Safety Improvement Project. Item 6 is approving the concept layout for Hennepin County's Cedar Avenue Reconstruction Project along Cedar Avenue. Item 7 is approving the layout for Hennepin County's Lowry Avenue Northeast Reconstruction Project. Item 8 is authorizing a cooperative agreement with the Park Board for the East Bank Trail Connection project. Item 9 is submitting comments on the Met Council's draft Imagine 2050 Transportation Policy Plan and passage of a resolution supporting BRT, bus rapid transit, on the Nicollet Central Transit Corridor. Item 10 is passage of a resolution expressing the city's priorities for the Minnesota Department of Transportation's Rethinking I-94 project. I'll move approval of all of these items and would like to pull item number 10 as I have an amendment on that resolution.
Councilmember Cashman has moved approval of the report minus item 10. Is there any discussion on the remainder of the report? Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want to pull these items out, but I did want to talk about a few items and thank our public works staff for working really hard on these. Item number 4 is a 10th Avenue Bridge concept, a layout approval. This is a bridge that we have been working on with staff for the past few years, and it's a place where we have a hospital next door to it and want to make sure that emergency vehicles can get through. And I look forward to working with our staff to make sure that it is more accessible for folks that are walking and biking. I also want to thank staff for item number 5, which is a 26th Street East and Hiawatha Avenue Safety Improvement Project. This is one of the most dangerous intersections in the city of Minneapolis. It is a highway between Ward 9 and Ward 2, where many of our residents unfortunately die from traffic accidents, and want to make sure that we make this place as safe as possible. So I look forward as this continues to move along and want to thank our incredible city staff for trying their very best in this area. And then lastly, I want to thank our staff regarding item number 6, which is a Cedar Avenue reconstruction project concept layout. Cedar Avenue is it's by Little Earth. It is in the Phillips neighborhood. It is a place where it is very hard to cross the street. It becomes very unsafe for many residents to simply get from one side of the street to the other. When I go visit my resident right there and try to park, it is very difficult to even make sure that I can even be safe myself, right? So I'm very happy that this is moving along and want to thank our staff for their work on this too. Thank you, Mr. President.
I added myself to queue because I wanted to speak on item number 7. That's the Lowry Avenue Phase 2. I want to acknowledge that we have a representative from Recovery Bike Shop. They hosted a morning commute with me this morning on Monday this week, and it was really fun. And it's also very hairy. They're right on Lowry and Central, and the first thing we had to do was get off of Lowry and Central as fast as we possibly could for that group ride because it's kind of not the best intersection. But with this Lowry reconstruction, we're getting some really meaningful improvements to the Lowry Avenue corridor. Phase 1 got split into 2 parts, so it stops right at Central Avenue. It's from Washington to Central. Phase 1.2 is Central to Johnson. What we're approving today is Phase 2, which is from Washington to Marshall, and then we'll have kind of that complete reconstruction that actually started, I think, as far back as the early 2000s, maybe even into the 90s with the 4-to-3 conversion on the north side. So this is just a really exciting time. It's been a lot of pain. I want to acknowledge there's been a lot of pain with construction. I think all of us are feeling the construction pain in all of our wards with a lot of reconstruction. But this is, going to be a road that's going to last us 50 years. And I'm really excited about being able to host our next commute bike ride and kick it off on a shared use trail on Lowry Avenue. And seeing no further discussion, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on items 1 through 9.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
Those items carry. Next, we will take up item number 10, and I will call on Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I want to speak to the underlying resolution first, authored by Councilmember Osman, Councilmember Wansley, and myself, and then I'll introduce the amendment. So the process of rethinking I-94, Highway I-94, it really highlights how infrastructure planning does impact all of our lives, our ability to move around, and how we generate wealth in our communities for generations. And so that highway that was supposed to connect us resulted in communities being displaced and disconnected. And I do not accept that trade-off. I actually live in a neighborhood that was split. I live in Loring Heights, which was split off from Loring Park with the construction of 94. I do understand that the Rethinking I-94 project that the Minnesota Department of Transportation is undertaking is only studying the portion of 94 between downtown Minneapolis and downtown St. Paul. So in that respect, I'm really supportive of Councilmembers Osmond and Wansley and their advocacy for their communities that were really impacted by the construction of the highway. So this Rethinking I-94 project is an opportunity for us to be bold in addressing the climate crisis, as well as addressing the harms that were caused by the construction of the highway. This resolution expresses our position on what we want the Minnesota Department of Transportation to study and to work on and collaborate with the city of Minneapolis on as they rethink I-94 in coming years. And I'll note that highway removal was identified as a priority for the Climate and Infrastructure Committee in our work plan process. And so as chair of that committee, I'm committed to continuing to work on that with council members, with Public Works, and community groups like Our Streets, who are advocating and doing a lot of great work on not only I-94, but also Highway 55. I know Councilmember Koski is interested in working on Trunk Highway 121, and Councilmember Palmisano as well. So with that, I'll offer an amendment on this resolution, which adds public transit. So the amendment is, be it further resolved that the City Council of Minneapolis supports studying options that repurpose the I-94 trench for high-speed public transit connections between downtown Minneapolis to downtown St. Paul and the broader region. And I'll move approval of that amendment.
Second.
Councilmember Cashman has moved to amend item 10. It was properly seconded. Is there any discussion on that amendment? I will work off of the underlying cue and call on Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. First, thank you to my fellow co-authors, Councilmember Osmond and Councilmember Cashman. The city of Minneapolis has this chance to rethink I-94, and my residents have told me throughout my time in office thus far that they do want to live in a city that repairs the harms that this highway has caused, and they want a future that honors the city's or our city's commitment to both transportation, racial equity, public health, equitable development, and sustainability. And they want to travel on a multimodal boulevards, not freeway trenches. And they also want to expand land and real estate available for affordable housing projects, parks, and small businesses, and not sacrifice so much of their land right now to just concrete. So, I find it to be a really once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to be reconsidering what the highway can look like, specifically the I-94 highway. And I'm proud to have worked with my colleagues who also represent the I-94 corridor to establish official city policy, which states that key decision-making factors in this reconstruction should be the impacts on adjacent neighborhoods, public health and environment, equity, multimodal mobility, a sense of place and connectivity, and highway removal and conversion into initiatives like the Twin Cities Boulevard proposal is just a path that best aligns with the city's goals. And it's something that I'm excited to once again affirm today, as we did in my last term when we also passed official position supporting the conversion of the Austin Memorial Highway. So I'm glad that we're building upon that precedent. And yeah, look forward to getting my colleagues' support.
Councilmember Osmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councilmember Wansley and Cashman, for your leadership. We know historically that the highway bypass has hit many people, especially people of color historically. Rethinking 94 project runs through a large population of people of color, low income, and mainly it's Cedar Riverside, Elliott Park, Ventura Village, Seward Neighborhood, and Prosper Park, which is Ward 6 and Ward 2. And we have a say. We have a say of what comes through our neighborhoods. And we're talking to the MnDOT, and we want to make sure that they respect people's voices, that we're thinking about not just the environment, but also people live there. This is their home. And, what's in for us? What kind of, what's in for the community that live here, that have historically been marginalized. As you go a little further, we know in St. Paul historically what happened. So I fully support this, and I want to thank all the staff and the volunteers who have been pushing this and making this a priority. And City of Minneapolis stands behind you, and we are making our voice louder and clearer to federal government and state of Minnesota that this project needs a lot of thinking, and the community comments and their stand must be respected. Thank you.
Councilmember Vita.
I just have a clarifying question. So this is the portion of I-94 from, I think Councilmember Cashman said it, from downtown into St. Paul. This doesn't include 94 in North Minneapolis.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, Council President. I support this rethinking. It should include North Minneapolis because that was a very challenging disruption. But I wanted to note as well, 35W cut through communities of color and displaced thousands of African American families, closed schools, created business disruptions, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to state that for the record that, many of these freeways, which, I think you stated in your opening statements were intended to connect us, actually intentionally disconnected many communities throughout Minneapolis and throughout the country as well. So we do need to rethink these freeways and try to create ways that people can truly be connected. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Seeing no further discussion, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on item number 10 as amended by Councilmember Cashman.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Walmsley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and the full report is adopted. The next report is from the Committee of the Whole, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of the Whole is bringing forward one item. It's a contract amendment with Storm Training Group for services related to training police department academy recruits in use of force and de-escalation techniques in accordance with implementing the court enforceable settlement agreement. I'll move approval of this item.
Councilmember Chavez has moved approval of the committee's report. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Walmsley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and the report is adopted. The final report will be from our Public Health and Safety Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Public Health and Safety Committee is bringing forward three items. Item number 1 is approving the mayor's nomination for Rachel Sayers to be appointed position of Emergency Management Director for a term ending in January 2026. Item number 2 is approving a passage of an ordinance to amend the housing code to mandate regular reporting relating to encampment removals. And item number 3 is authorizing a revenue contract with the Minnesota Timberwolves in the amount of $236,000 for bomb detection security services at Target during large events. Mr. President, with that, I'll move approval of item 1 and 3, and I'll move to item number 2 for a separate discussion and vote.
Councilmember Chavez has moved items 1 and 2 on the committee's report. Is there any discussion on those items? I'm sorry, 1 and 3. Is there any discussion on those items? Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm excited to support the mayor's nomination of Rachel Sayers to be appointed as the Emergency Management Director. I look forward with the City Council and the mayor working with her as we address our emergency management department, making sure that our residents are being served. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on items 1 and 3.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and those items are adopted. Next, we will take on item number 2, and I will call on Councilmember Chavez to speak to that item.
Item number 2, we'll just pass it on to Councilmember Chowdhury to introduce that item, actually.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I am actually hoping to start by speaking to the amendment that is before the body, and I will save my larger comments after sharing what this amendment entails by me and Council Vice President Chugtai. Just quick, let's go over what the encampment removal reporting ordinance aims to do. It aims to bring transparency, accountability, oversight, processes involving the removal of encampments in Minneapolis. It responds to a growing need for a data-driven approach to managing and understanding unsheltered homelessness in our city. You'll hear from us, good governance requires good data while we're talking about this ordinance. Just a high-level overview, fiscal decisions and expenditures will be reported out in this ordinance, how service provision is conducted in relationship to the city of Minneapolis, public safety data, outcomes and impacts on affected individuals who lived within encampments, and overall transparency. And this ordinance will require 2 individual quarterly reports from our city's administration. Now, taking a look at the amendments before you, there are some minor technical ones. One that I'll point out in the beginning is a change from striking out transitional housing to non-shelter housing options. In consultation with Hennepin County, we felt this was a more appropriate definition to really capture a wider swath of non-shelter housing options that people may move to if they so choose. Transitional housing has a very technical definition at the federal level. I will skip over the very minor technical word change aspects of our amendment and go to the last couple pages. I really want to start off by saying I appreciate the collaboration with our city staff in discussing this ordinance and the amendment changes that were both brought forward in the Public Safety and Health Committee and in today's amendment as well. There was a little bit of misinformation that we were not collaborating with city staff, and I am just here to put in the record that we have been collaborating with them. We also consulted with Hennepin County's housing stability team as a follow-up meeting, specifically looking at how impacted or affected individuals receive services. And so you'll see we struck out the language around housing vouchers and included language that asks for the number of affected individuals who are assessed for housing throughout the duration of the encampment, the number of affected individuals who are in process of receiving housing placement throughout the duration of the encampment. These are both pieces of information that jurisdictional partners at Hennepin County are able to share with their city staff while in compliance with Minnesota Government Data Practices Act and ensuring that the identity of those affected individuals remain anonymous. I will also point out another addition that I think is really important and strengthens this ordinance, and it is the inclusion of reporting on the number of affected individuals who entered treatment and or detox throughout the duration of the encampment. This was an addition suggested by a member of Hennepin County's Streets to Housing team. They mentioned to us that oftentimes when they're out providing services, removal can often be the point where someone decides that this is when I'm going to seek treatment. This is where I want to make a change in my life. And through Hennepin County's programming around addressing the opioid epidemic, they have street outreach workers and folks that are tracking the number of individuals who are entering treatments in relationship to the work that street outreach is doing in encampments in our city and in our county. So with that, I am happy to stand for any questions, and I would love to move this motion forward.
Councilmember Chowdhury has moved approval of the amended ordinance that is before you. I believe she described those amendments in detail. And so we will be taking this item up as amended. Is there any discussion on the ordinance as amended? Councilmember Palmisano.
Oh, I thought there was someone ahead of me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I note that several of the clauses that I objected to last week and tried and failed to amend, you have now removed in this amendment before us. So thank you for further considering my objections. I also voiced my concern about not working with staff. And then I forwarded you a note from the county, and it seems that you have had additional conversations with the county about this collaboration. So I'm curious if the author could just say a little bit more about that collaboration. I think it probably went very well.
Councilmember Chowdhury, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just say, we just want to, speaking to the intent of the changes, the intent around housing vouchers was always around getting the information about how what people's outcomes would look like when it came to their opportunities to transition to some stable form of shelter. And so that was really the heart of us kind of digging in on how we can get that information. And so with Hennepin County, earlier this year, we had an initial meeting discussing unhoused homelessness in our city, with the director of housing stability and I believe the deputy director as well. And so this was a follow-up conversation with them, just looking at the hard language and making sure that what we intend to see in reporting is possible, and then also asking some questions about what would it take for city staff and our administration to receive this type of information from the county, and ensure that those systems were in place. And we were able to confirm that, and also garner an additional item that we can get data around, specifically around people's ability to enter into treatment and recovery.
Thank you for that, and thank you for that collaboration. As I said last week, and will say again today, I think the intent behind this ordinance is good and well-meaning. We need to have a full understanding of the monetary and human costs related to encampment closures. I continue to be concerned about the additional stress we put on our community partners to meet requirements. And yes, we can work on creating a reporting relationship, but putting it into ordinance doesn't feel the place to do that. I would like for us to also consider the incredible cost to nearby residents, nearby homes and businesses, as well as the costs of the city to support an encampment, portable toilets, needle pickup, etc. Our Deputy City Operations Officer, Brett Jelly, questioned staff capacity to meet the requirements and stated that the homeless response team would have to be pulled out of the field to complete those required reports. I appreciate that this amendment removes the requirement for the homeless response team to do this reporting and changed it to say city staff. But I would still like us to think about how this extra work will take away direct services from residences for the purpose of reporting. I do believe it will also increase the total amount of time it would take to close an encampment. Thank you.
Councilmember Osman.
Thank you, Council President. Let me just be clear that encampments do not create safety and health at all in our communities. Encampments are dangerous to those that live in the encampments and also those that are surrounding. I have experienced last 4 years I have been here. Most of my job has been dealing with encampments that are either under the bridge or next to the business or in the middle of the neighborhoods, that the kids cannot catch the bus because the vulnerable people that live there have barriers, have addiction and mental health, some of them, and there are drug dealers that come and sell drugs in the area. And we know that we know even this week there has been shootings, so it's not safe, the folks that live there. I know many encampments in my ward that tragedy has happened. People lost their lives. There has been overdoses. There has been frostbites during the wintertime. There has been shootings. It's not just a city issue, but it's a county and a state issue. Encampments are popping up everywhere, mainly in my neighborhood. So my neighbors say no to encampments. We need to be able to help the folks that are there. We need to be able to have more housing and shelters and services and treatments. But we have a policy, we have a law right now in the books that say encampments are illegal, but they are still popping up. So the enforcement has to, and I have asked the mayors and his administration, who is responsible of removing that? Council is not responsible for removing that. The mayor to enforce. Every encampment that pops up in my ward, I usually send out an email to the mayor's office asking a request of removal. I know the staff work hard. Dr. Enrique and his department and homeless outreach team are wonderful. They're out there doing what they're supposed to do. It takes a process, but sometimes, the answer is not like, oh, this is a county road, this is a state road. It's not the city responsibility. Well, residents don't care about that. They want to be safe. It's sad to see many residents who are have cleaned up, that have got the help they need and finally been housed, and now there's a encampment or drug dealing right in front of their building. That are laughs of the community, and the folks that are really seeing what they left behind many years ago, and now they're going back. It's sad. It actually happened in that neighborhood. So on this, coming back on this ordinance, I think there's a lot of good points. We need to know how much it costs, what is the process, how can we make sure that the removal is a smooth, respectful, humane way, and quick, in my opinion. But there's other points that I think is unnecessary to ask departments. I don't really want to know, other than what the cost is, because city has to be responsible and create a data-driven policies to deal with the encampments right now. So I am challenged to support this right now. I feel like that if this can create the very small homeless outreach team that we have, that we expect them to deal with every encampment in our city, Minneapolis, to tell them, hey, go to the desk and get all this thing listed, I think that can create a problem for some of the staff that are doing a good work. And I want to be able to help them, as I have in the past, to get them a van, to get more staffs to do the homeless outreach team, to make sure that the city administration and the council is creating a task force that deals with homeless encampments. Not just the city of Minneapolis not able to really take this by themselves, but the state has to involve and the county has to involve. So that leadership has to come from within the administration, the city council leadership, to really have this smooth saying who's responsible in this land, who's supposed to take action. It shouldn't take for me to reach out to MnDOT and say, hey, this is, and for me to even Google, say, whose road is this? Because that is where we are right now. And I would hope that the authors can think about, having one cycle, delaying one cycle and coming back and making sure what is really necessary for us to make better policies in the future for encampment removals, while not throwing so many things at the staff, especially the police section of it. I don't know how that data will help. Sometimes all those departments that come together have to be, if you are part of the planning departments to remove encampment, it takes a long process. It takes a lot of work, and make sure all those departments come together. It's very challenging for those departments. So I agree some of the ask is really relevant and important, but at the same time... Good afternoon. But at the same time, I think that we should definitely maybe have a cycle back and talk to the staff and see what kind of things, what makes them to make it easier to remove encampments in our district, in our city. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. I'm excited to be an author of this ordinance with Councilmember Chowdhury and Council Vice President Chugtai. This ordinance will increase transparency in our encampment removal process and the costs associated with it. City resources are currently being used to dump rubble in Phillips. And sadly, city funding that is meant to support the provision of and servicing of hygiene stations to fund community outreach partners, funding that is meant to provide health related to outreach to homeless individuals with a particular focus on encampments, is instead mostly being used to fund fencing and security in the city of Minneapolis. It's disheartening, and the public deserves to know how our dollars are used. We need transparency, and we need to ensure that city resources are used effectively and properly in case they aren't. This will also report about the number of affected individuals who enter treatment and or detox through the duration of the encampment. This is data we need to make sure to ensure that we are appropriately funding this opioid crisis. I want to also be clear, this ordinance will report on incident reported, included but not limited to gun violence, homicide, assault, nuisance, and other relevant categories that both unhoused and housed neighbors alike face. I don't understand the concerns that people are bringing up, especially when there was no amendments even brought to this full council. If you have concerns, every member has the ability to bring amendments. This ordinance will not stop evictions. Everyone knows, or should know, and I'll say it again out loud, and I'll keep on saying it. Mayor Fry is the only person who can evict encampments in the city of Minneapolis. And if the mayor's administration wants to change his approach because of his inhumane approach being brought to light, I welcome it. I ask for it. Let's support residents who are being treated unfairly. Members, today we passed a 30-day pre-eviction notice. We are making sure that Agate isn't permanently being closed, and now we should be passing this as well. We are doing a comprehensive approach. We should be proud as a Minneapolis City Council that we are doing what is right, and when there's a lack of direction and a lack of leadership, we are doing our best to address it.
Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe Council Member Chowdhury covered some of this in her introduction of this updated item, but I wanted to just share some context and shed some light into what we were able to do between last Wednesday and what you're seeing in front of you today. Having another round of conversations with Hennepin County, both directly between Councilmember Chowdhury and Commissioner Conley connecting with one another, along with Hennepin County staff. and being able to review the language line by line and just understanding some additional context and being able to make some changes that better capture the essence of where we were trying to go. In fact, one of the things that you'll see removed here, on the second to last page, on the number of affected individuals and the three items underneath item F, that was a part of an amendment that Councilmember Palmisano herself brought to committee, and you'll see that's actually reflected, and there's a better essence of what we were trying to capture included elsewhere. And that, we met again with city staff yesterday, with leaders within the Office of Public Service alongside the Regulatory Services and Community Planning and Economic Development Department directors, and we were able to go over these additional changes, and that, this was a direction that better reflected where they wanted to go as well. So I just want to be clear that a lot of the feedback that we have received on not wanting to on trying to find a balance between what's the amount of information that we need in order to inform decision making with how are we asking for it, and how does that information exist in the first place, and not wanting to be overly burdensome or cumbersome on staff. And I think this strikes that balance in a way that meets the council and the public's need for understanding how city resources are being used and what impact those city resources have on addressing unsheltered homelessness and encampments in our city in the first place, and making sure that the information we're receiving is at a higher level, is anonymized, is looking at patterns over time. So I want to speak on a couple of just pieces of information that have been brought up during discussion here that I am concerned about, or just don't understand where they're coming from necessarily. There was a comment made about how, the city provides portable toilets and needle cleanup and pickup at encampments. And while that has been the case at some encampments, that is not a thing the city does consistently. That is, portable toilets actually were the source of major tension between council offices and the administration as we were dealing with large scale encampments in the last year, because there was a very firm no on providing portable toilets. So that's a new thing that's happened a couple of times. It's not a consistent policy or practice, just to be clear. And then I want to address how this theme around the capacity to produce these reports and the amount of work it would be, and how that could potentially, it reduce the amount of direct services that residents living in encampments are receiving. So a couple of things that are really important to note here. One, the city is not a provider of social services. When the city's homelessness response team goes into encampments, they themselves are not offering access to direct services. We don't do that at the city. That is a county function. We on the capacity to produce these reports and the amount of work that they could be. I just want to always remind us that there are 4,000 employees that work for the city of Minneapolis, and nearly all of them, with the exception of our legislative department, report up to the mayor. And regulatory services, where our homelessness response work lives, has nearly 200 FTEs within their department. About 44 of those are allocated to the division that's tasked with homeless outreach. In addition, under the new government structure over the last term, the council has invested significantly in creating and funding the Office of Public Service, the Office of Community Safety, and so these high-level offices and positions that are meant to support all the departments that exist underneath. You know, we've got multiple deputy COOs. There is the capacity to be able to get this information to us, just from looking at the amount of people that work within these departments and divisions. So I just don't want to lose sight of that. And again, at the end of the day, this is about understanding how taxpayer resources are being used and to what end. What is it getting us? Is it reducing homelessness? Is it reducing the amount of encampments that exist? Is this effective? And that's the question we're trying to answer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Koski.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I am supporting the encampment removal reporting ordinance today. I believe we need new data to inform our policies so we all become more effective in addressing the needs of our unhoused. Documentation is a powerful and persuasive tool that can be used to justify the need for more or different resources. In addition, this ordinance promotes transparency, including making the data accessible to the public so we all can be held accountable for the decisions made about encampments. We are not seeking this reporting ordinance in place of continuing to explore all solutions to support our unhoused community members. In no way will this ordinance delay or halt any current legislative proposals or future ones to address homelessness in our city. These things are not mutually exclusive. The unprecedented level of unsheltered homelessness is a crisis for Minneapolis, as we have already discussed in full today, and I believe we must continue to evolve our response to make progress. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you so much, President Payne. I just quick before I make my remarks, I wanted to just note in our conversations with our department level staff, we did ask the questions like what would be the impact to our homeless response team and what can we do to help support efficiencies there. And department staff was really gracious in saying that they want to continue to collaborate with us as they build out this new system. And any new system, it takes time to build a muscle for, right? We created our regulatory services department created a dashboard that tracks the visits to the HRT team that took time to happen. And we also had a good discussion about giving them grace in this first report, right? This first report that we get out isn't the end all be all. We want this to be something that continues over the years as we're addressing unsheltered homelessness. And we understand it's going to take them time to put together how they're going to build out this report. And I also want to highlight that the lion's share of service provision and outreach work that is effective in terms of doing a housing assessment and getting people services is not done by our HRT team. Oftentimes our HRT team is referring to service providers that are already going out to encampments, primarily Hennepin County's Streets to Housing team. And this ordinance will not impact their ability to do their job at the level that they have been doing it. I also asked the question because it was brought up in the PHS committee, would this slow down Mayor Fry's encampment removals? And the answer was point blank, no, it would not impact the timeline on encampment removals. So I just wanted to note that for the record because that was another piece of misinformation that occurred and wanted to get clarity from our city staff. So I'll just say I think everyone up here has done a good job of covering why we have a need for this ordinance. I believe we sorely need it as a good governance tool. Encampment evictions is one of the most intense, traumatizing, and harsh operations that we as a city conduct, and it requires significant resources. there should be so much more oversight and understanding of the impact of this work at our city because of that. However, there is presently no oversight or data collection tool that is consistent to help us understand the full picture of the cost financially and the human outcomes of these evictions. Oversight, transparency, and accountability are necessary for us to make systemic change. There's not going to be a silver bullet solution to resolving unsheltered homelessness. And this is why we're proposing bringing this forward today, so we can get a clear and accurate picture of what's happening on the ground, so we can make good data-based solutions. Over the years, council members have repeatedly asked, how much is this costing the taxpayer over time? What are safety issues in and around encampments? Were people notified? Were service providers connected with people? Did people accept services? Did people have the ability to store their very few belongings? Did an unsheltered person in queue to receive housing or be entered into treatment lose connection to that service provider they were relying on? And are they able to move through the continuum of care? These are questions that have been left unanswered so many times, encampment eviction after encampment eviction. And it's time that we get a report that gets us the answers that we deserve and that our residents deserve. I'll just close by saying this. We have to admit that the encampment eviction system of evicting an encampment and then moving it to another block is not going to magically solve the problem. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We absolutely need a comprehensive, coordinated plan in coordination with other jurisdictions to create long-term, mid-term, and short-term solutions to address and reduce homelessness. And unfortunately, today, presently, I have not seen a plan from our mayor's office to do that. I welcome a plan, I want to see a plan, I want to be a part of a plan, but that has not been brought before us to collaborate. We need a plan to rapidly rehouse, invest in programs that really work like Avivo Village. We need to address the opioid epidemic and the scourge of fentanyl in our communities and really think about how we sustain bringing people who are struggling with difficult addiction from treatment.
Time.
Recovery. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a
microphone.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for our attorney. Would this ordinance slow down the ability for the mayor to close an encampment?
Council President, council members, I don't see that as a legal question. That's a factual question that I really am not in a position to answer.
Okay. Who can give me a factual answer? One of the authors? I mean, that's...
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Through Mr. President, Councilmember Rainville, I asked DCCO Jelly point blank, would this impact the timing of encampment removals by the mayor's office? And he said it would not. The impact would mainly be on the HRT team, which they are working on finding ways to minimize.
Thank you. And what would that impact be on the team? A higher workload?
The impact that he shared was figuring out how to report, collect information, and building out a system, right? There's presently 2 people, but he assured me and other staff assured me that they were going to work on figuring out how they can minimize the impact and find efficiencies to drive forward this report. And again, and that's why we really said we want to give you grace in these first few reports.
Thank you.
Vice President Chuktai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to also chime in to help answer Councilmember Rainville's question. The way it has been explained to this body in previous presentations, to the council, and sort of a little bit of what's stated additionally on the city's website on how encampment closures happen. It is like a cross-departmental it's a cross-departmental collaboration. There's a lot of different parts of the enterprise that are involved. The way it's been explained, it's like everything from regulatory services to the police department to 311, 911, and often I believe that sometimes the attorneys are involved, emergency management's involved, and so there's so many different functions that go into how an encampment is ultimately evicted or closed down. A thing to keep in mind right now, as an example, is like the amount of police staffing, MPD staffing that goes into a closure is pretty significant. So scheduling that staffing out, that happens in chunks of several weeks at a time, right? So that's a part of one of the slowdowns. The way we understand them, obviously, these are not operational decisions that we have a lot of insight into, and at the end of the day, the direction of operations in this city under our new government structure comes solely from the mayor. That's how decisions on what happens and the direction we go in as a city are made. Certainly, there are plenty of contributing factors to that. To address specifically the question you had around the homelessness response team, it's also important to keep in mind that the homelessness response team has experienced some significant turnover over the last couple of years that at least we've been here, you and I, council member, and the team right now is 2 people, but there is additional staffing for that function. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. And I do have one additional question, if I may, for any of the authors. Are you comfortable that in this reporting, it's going to reflect the costs associated with the people who live by the encampments and the businesses that, right away I just think of Wellna Hardware on Bloomington, but are you comfortable that when we have this data, so we make decisions, we're making a decision that has all the information?
If I may, Mr. President. Thank you for that question, and through the chair, the balance we're trying to achieve here, right, is how do we ask for information and data sets that exist already, just in different places, right? So, for example, one of the things we're asking for is how many shelter beds were available on the day an encampment closure happens. That's information that exists. That's data that is collected through Adult Shelter Connect and coordinated entry in Hennepin County. So the balance to achieve here is asking for data sets that exist that just need to be compiled in one place to tell us a bigger story. When we think about the impact on the surrounding community, and where I agree with you, is that there is a significant impact on the surrounding community as a result of encampments existing. There's no denying that. Whether it's in a residential area, in a commercial area, those impacts look different, but they are significant. The way you capture and measure that, what are the data sets that exist around it? That's what we were looking at, right? So if we wanted to know how much are individual businesses spending when there's an encampment in a commercial corridor, the way we would capture that is someone would have to go and ask individual businesses, like, what was the impact? Do you have receipts? How can you prove, like, how much did this cost? Whereas when we ask for information about 911 and 311 calls and reporting, we are able to capture that impact on the surrounding community in that 1 mile radius around an encampment, because that information already exists in one place. So that's the balance, right? Because you don't want to ask for information that doesn't exist, that there will have to be a brand new system to even capture in the first place. That clearly one of the major pieces of consensus we hear here is we don't want to be too burdensome.
So
I hope that answers your question.
That's a long answer. So you're telling me that by capturing the 311 and 911 calls, that would be an adequate balance to understand the impact on the surrounding community?
Mr. Chair and Councilmember Rainville, what I'm telling you is it is one of the most readily available data sets that helps us understand when residents are calling for help related to something that is a crisis or an emergency or a non-emergent but urgent need.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. So I just wanted to respond to a couple of concerns that were raised. I know Councilmember Osmond, I know we've talked about some of the concerns you've had with being able to get the complaints or requests that you have made to the administration executed as it pertains to encampments in your ward. And what I'm hearing as the core of your concern is wanting access to the administration's standardized enterprise policy around, how do you streamline that execution when a council member provides that request. And that information is provided in Mayor Fry's operational guide that his administration created back in December of 2022. I'm more than happy to email that to you. But I think what your concern in this larger conversation is showing as in terms of why we need this type of ordinance is Mayor Fry's administration following their own operational guide. And we can't do that type of oversight if we don't have the information to be able to pursue that piece. So this ordinance will actually give us the tool to say, is this really a standardized process? Are we following it arbitrarily? Are we in line with St. Paul where it's very clear, where, if you make a request, you could trace, over 3 weeks, XYZ will happen. That is not the case as it pertains to Mayor Fry's current operational encampment closure guide. I also wanted to address this continuous concern around capacity on the administrative level in the Mayor Fry's administration. We literally fund every single department with we provide them a contractual service budget. So that means any department that needs additional support, be it through staff to collect information like what we're requesting or to help with providing services and hiring contractors, they literally have pretty substantial budgets to be able to add that capacity readily. So these departments have the resources at their disposal to beef up administration of services. Now, if they choose not to, that's their own decision. Then we're dipping into, that's the Mayor Fry's management problem. That's not a council problem. So I just want to highlight there's a contractual service budget that's meant to deal with those very dynamics that council fulfills our authority in funding, that if these departments did decide, they needed additional help in collecting this data and gathering research, they have those resources at their disposal. So I wanted to identify that as another tool so that we don't continue to allow administrative capacity, which I often hear, post-government structure, to be essentially actual non-real barrier to us just getting more objective data.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Just in case this isn't clear, a couple of important points. First, up here, there's a narrative being spun that the mayor is the only one that can close an encampment, as though he divines it, and then it is so. That's not true. We all know that. We all know how many different departments it takes to manage these difficult and challenging spaces. Second, we have 4 people on our homeless response team. That's HRT that was being mentioned earlier. We have 4 people. About 32 encampments exist illegally in our city. 2 of those needed to be closed due to public safety in the past day, but let's acknowledge none of them are safe places. We have 4 people on this team, not 44. And in reality, we actually have 2. We have 2 humans and 2 vacancies that do this work. And I know, as do you, these 2 staff will work their hardest to have this time spent not in the field, not decrease their time in providing service in our city. Of course they will. But Director, Deputy, COO, Brett Jelly said in committee this would take longer. So just like Councilmember Osmond said previously, I too am challenged to support this ordinance today.
Councilmember Osman.
Thank you. I want to just mention a couple of things. Mayor is responsible of removing the encampments because those departments, he's the boss of those departments. They wait his order to give the go-ahead. Every encampment that pops up in my community creates problem. Either most likely someone dies, lose their lives. I'm trying to prevent that. For me to prevent that, I gotta go send official letter to mayor's office and his administration to removal. Nanakasi encampment that we all witnessed, 200 people or 150 people were living there. There's only few tents, maybe less than 10 tents when I send email saying that, hey, this could get bad. Because I know the surrounding neighbors, Native American organizations, low-income residents were living right there. I requested. I was ignored. And now we know what all happened. There's encampment right now on 17 on Franklin. A small child was exposed fentanyl, 10 months old, died. Sent a letter August 15 to the mayor's office asking a request. These departments do a phenomenal job. And I'm not really, because I work with the leaders, I work with the directors closely. I know the staff that go out there. They're doing a phenomenal job. The reason we have encampments are not moving, the reason the encampments are not moving quickly is mayor's responsibility. We have given you the tools, we have given you the resources to remove those encampments. Encampments have a huge impact of low-income families. There are organizations, Native American organizations, that are doing good things in the community. They're doing training, career training. There's schools that are closing because of the safety encampments have created. We know the effect of encampments. On this ordinance, I agree most of what's on it. I agree that we should be transparent, we should know what the cost is, and also to know make a data-driven decisions. But if this will make it difficult, as I heard Councilmember Palmisano mention Dr. CEO Brad Jelly, I didn't hear that, but if I hear this creates makes it more even slower than it is right now, then it's hard for me to support it. And I think some of the asks in there are very important, but some of them we can scratch it off. That's why I'm offering a delay to come back to work with the staff, homeless outreach team, regulatory services, to really say, hey, what makes sense? Because I don't really want to take staff that are on the streets providing services, connecting, having that engagement with the resident, vulnerable resident that live in there and those community, put them on a desk and say, give me this report. This report is important, but we have crisis. We have crisis of encampments popping up everywhere. And those encampments, people lose their life. Check out the news yesterday. So mayor's responsibility to remove the encampments is council's responsibility to make policies that makes it our communities a lot safer. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the ordinance as amended by council members Chowdhury and Vice President Jagate.
Councilmember Osman.
No.
Councilmember Rainville.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
No.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Jagate.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 9 ayes and 4 nays.
That carries and the full report is adopted. Colleagues, that completes the reports of our standing committees. Before I move on to our introduction and referral calendar, I want to address a few things, and I apologize for not doing this in the moment. There were a few times today that we really lost decorum. I heard questioning motivations. I heard questioning people's faith. We need to remind ourselves to speak through the chair, wait our turn, watch our time. It's a personal responsibility that every one of us of this body has to uphold. And I really want to encourage us to do better as we go forward. Today was a very, very packed agenda with really big topics, so it's very understandable that emotions are high, but it's extremely important that we maintain that decorum. And so with that, we are on our next order of business, which is the introduction and referral calendar. We have 4 ordinance introductions today, which were all noticed at our last regular meeting. First, Councilmember Vita moves to introduce and give first reading to the subject matter of an ordinance amending the Animal Care and Control Code, revising language regarding cleanup of feces from service animals to be referred to the Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee. Second, Councilmember Vita moves to introduce and give first reading to the subject matter of an ordinance amending the zoning code related to fence height regulations to be referred to Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee. The third notice is from Councilmember Rainville, who moves to introduce and give first reading to an ordinance amending the Health and Sanitation Code, updating swimming pool provisions to align with state law. This is being referred to the Public Health and Safety Committee. Finally, Councilmember Osmond moves to introduce and give first reading to the subject matter of an ordinance amending the Heritage Preservation Code, updating and modernizing regulations, including application types, fees, review processes, and standards for nominating and designating landmarks in historic districts, to be referred to the Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee. Is there any discussion on these introductions? Seeing none, I'll have the clerk call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville is absent. Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries, and those matters are referred as listed on the agenda. The next order of business is resolutions. As shown on the agenda, we have 3 honorary resolutions today, all of which had presentations at the beginning of our meeting. Are there any questions or comments from council members on any of these resolutions? Seeing none, I'll ask to have a Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank council members Wansley and Chavez as the vice chair and chair of the Public Health and Safety Committee, bringing forward the firefighter remembrance honorary resolution on just the courage and service and the amount of barriers and like real dangers to health and safety that exist in this line of profession. I'll just say a constituent of mine and someone who was a leader in the Ward 10 community, in the South Uptown community, Chris Parsons. We actually ran against each other in my first election in 2021. He was, incredibly young and was a firefighter who had done so much work at the Capitol to increase the regulations around safety for the industry and for the profession. And he died really tragically and suddenly at a young age in just last summer. It's just it weighs on our community in Ward 10 in the Uptown area, just how personal this is for us. So, thank you.
Thank you for those comments. May I have a motion to adopt those resolutions?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville is absent. Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries, and those resolutions are adopted. We have a request for a closed session today, so before we recess for that closed session, I'll ask if there are any announcements from council members. Councilmember Wansley.
Okay. Yeah, I see the face of terror in your eyes, Councilmember Cashman. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and get this done. It's got to happen. Sorry for it. It's Councilmember Cashman's birthday was on Monday? Sunday. All right. So let's just go ahead and get it. Happy birthday to you.
She was actually gone at that meeting, so we have to include both of them.
That's right.
Oh, that means we have to do.
Right.
We have to start at the top.
At the top with
Let's end this.
Stevie Wonder.
Councilmember
Happy
Ellison,
birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya. All right.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes. Improvement.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to share, I had learned from Clerk Carl today that it had recently been the 10-year anniversary of Grant Johnson being a part of our clerk's legislative department. So I just wanted to congratulate him for 10 years of service to our department and city councils past and present. He has served the city of Minneapolis for a number of years prior before Clerk Carl made the very smart decision to poach him to our department.
And we are grateful for that. Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just missed this when we were going over the Public Health and Safety Committee's report. But wanted to congratulate Rachel Sayre on her appointment as the new Emergency Management Director and welcome her to the city of Minneapolis and offer partnership and collaboration in her hopefully very long tenure here.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 announcements. First, I wanted to point out a collaboration that a lot of people I don't think know happens around here. I serve, as does Councilmember Jenkins, on the Public Housing Preservation and Expansion group. And I think that some of the conversation up here today might lead people to doubt that there is a lot of collaboration going on. This week's conversation was about the Faircloth to RAD housing changes that MPHA is pursuing with a lot of different partners. But the people around that table include, well, it's convened by the mayor, but it includes our Minneapolis Public Housing Authority leaders. It includes our county. It includes state legislatures. Representative Agate and Senator Mohammed were both there this week. And our schools, if I didn't say that, are really important people in this conversation. And so I just wanted to mention that exists, and it's really worthy of our time and attention. The second announcement is about a decision that was made today. It was about the Agate funding proposal. I would ask that you work with staff on when that money, when those dollars will come out of each of their budgets, when it will actually transact. Hopefully, not until the end of this year, because I wouldn't want to have some adverse consequences about things that they have planned to do with their budget. There will be 2 budget cycles based on the way that it's written until the availability of that funding would end. So hopefully there could be some flexibility, and I would ask the authors to work with staff on that. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. And recognizing I'm standing between everyone and their lunch, I'll try and be quick. But early voting for this year's presidential election starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning on Friday, September 20th. Early voting will continue through 5 p.m. on Monday, November 4th. Election day is Tuesday, November 5th, when all of the polls in all of our precincts across the city will be open at 7 a.m. and remain open until 8 p.m. and until all voters in line at that time have had the opportunity to cast their ballots. Also, all eligible voters may choose to vote early, by mail, or in person, and those wishing to vote early by mail can submit an application to request their mail ballot. They can do that from our city's elections website, which is vote.minneapolismn.gov. Minneapolis voters can also choose to vote early in person at our elections headquarters as usual every year at 980 Hennepin Avenue East. That site is accessible via public transit using the 4, 25, and 61 bus routes. There's also free parking available at the lot in front of our headquarters with plenty of bicycle racks. In addition to early in-person voting, Minneapolis voters can take advantage of several drop-off ballot delivery at our headquarters, and they can receive additional in-person accommodations for voters that may need that kind of support. That includes access to ballot marking devices, curbside voting assistance, and interpretation and translation services. We also will be hosting additional early voting centers this year so that we can take the ballot out into the community to meet voters where they are beginning on October 22nd. The additional voting centers will be located at the Urban League Twin Cities at 2100 Plymouth Avenue North and at Bethel Lutheran Church at 4120 17th Avenue South. Again, those two early vote centers located in North and South Minneapolis will be open to serve voters starting on October 22nd. And in addition to those two additional early voting centers, with Council's very strong support this year, I'm pleased to say we will be hosting new pop-up voting sites. These will be located at various locations spread throughout the community between October 22nd and November 1st. And those sites and locations and dates are all listed on our elections website right now. The website also includes important information for all voters, including how to vote, what is on this year's ballot, additional voter service assistances that are available, and how the city processes and tabulates ballots so that we can provide a clear and transparent process to everyone how the ballots are counted and how unofficial results are posted on election night. So thank you for that opportunity.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. President. This Saturday from 11 to 5 p.m., the West Broadway Business and Area Coalition is hosting open streets along West Broadway. So just wanted to let folks know, let the community know, and hope to see everybody come through.
Councilmember Osmond.
Today at 4 p.m., 4 to 7:30 p.m., there's a multicultural dinner. It's annual on Cedar Riverside, Brian Coyle, Cody Park. Everyone is invited, my colleagues and the city department leads. This annual, it's where people gather and share meals, celebrate diversity, and build community. Typically, it's a large group of people that come with different dances and so on. So it's beautiful outside today, so come join us, 4 to 7:30 at Brian Coyle Center.
With that, we've completed all of the items on our agenda and will now consider the request for a closed session, which is to receive a briefing on the litigation matter of Pro-Life Action Ministries versus City of Minneapolis. Before I recognize the city attorney, I will note on the Council of Attorney, we will want to go in this with a full stomach. And so we have an unusual agenda today because we also are going to be calling to order the MCDA. So once we get through all of those items, we'll look at what time it is and we'll end up calling a recess before closed session. But with that, I will recognize the city attorney to provide the legal basis for the requested closed session.
Thank you, Council President, Council members. The next item on the agenda is the case of Pro-Life Action Ministries versus City of Minneapolis, 23 CV 853. Your lawyers wish to provide the council a briefing on this case, which is in active litigation in federal court. Accordingly, under the Minnesota Open Meeting Law, Minnesota Statute Section 13D.05, Subdivision 3B, the council may, upon a proper motion, close the meeting for the purposes of attorney-client communication as permitted by the attorney-client privilege. In considering the motion, the council should weigh the right of the public to know what its government is doing against the need of the city to preserve the confidentiality of its discussions with its attorneys.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I move to close our public meeting as authorized under the open meeting law, specifically Minnesota Statutes Section 13D.05, for the purpose of receiving a briefing on the litigation matter of Pro-Life Action Ministries versus City of Minneapolis. May I have a second to that motion?
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville is absent. Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Vice President Shabtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries. And before we recess and proceed to our closed session thereafter, we will adjourn this meeting and convene our meeting of the Minneapolis Community Development Agency. We have one item of business to transact that won't take long. After that meeting is adjourned, we will then recess and convene our closed session. For the viewing public, I will note that once we've adjourned the MCDA meeting, the broadcast of this meeting will continue and the City Council will reconvene in public after we've concluded the closed session. With that, I'll recognize Councilmember Osman to convene the MCDA organizational meeting.
I'll go ahead and take that on. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Community Development Agency Board of Commissioners for September 19th, 2024. I'm Jeremiah Ellison, and I'm the Vice Chair of the committee, and I'll be convening us here. At this time, I'll ask the clerks to call the roll to verify the presence of a quorum.
Commissioner Payne.
Present.
Commissioner Wansley.
Present.
Commissioner Brainville is absent. Commissioner Vita.
Present.
Commissioner Cashman.
Present.
Commissioner Jenkins.
Present.
Commissioner Chavez.
Present.
Commissioner Shabtai.
Present.
Commissioner Koski.
Present.
Commissioner Chowdhury.
Present.
Commissioner Palmisano.
Present.
Vice Chair Ellison.
Here.
And Chair Osman.
Here.
There are 12 members of the MCDA present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. The agenda for today's meeting is before us, and I'll move to adopt the agenda and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Wansley.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Cashman.
Aye.
Commissioner Jenkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabtai.
Aye.
Commissioner Koski.
Aye.
Commissioner Chowdhury.
Aye.
Commissioner Palmisano.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ellison.
Aye.
Chair Osman.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
Next, I'll move to accept the minutes of the June 27th, 2024 meeting and ask the clerk to call the roll on that.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Wansley.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Cashman.
Aye.
Commissioner Jenkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabtai.
Aye.
Commissioner Koski.
Aye.
Commissioner Chowdhury.
Aye.
Commissioner Palmisano.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ellison.
Aye.
Chair Osman.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
The only item on our agenda is a consent item referred by the MCDA Operating Committee from the meeting of September 10th, 2024, that is giving approval to amendments to the City of Minneapolis Conduit Bonds Policy. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments regarding this item? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerks to call the roll.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Wansley.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Cashman.
Aye.
Commissioner Jenkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabtai.
Aye.
Commissioner Koski.
Aye.
Commissioner Chowdhury.
Aye.
Commissioner Palmisano.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ellison.
Aye.
Chair Osman.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
This item is approved, and seeing no further business before us, we are adjourned.
Let's recess to 2:15, where we will convene for our closed session.
Should be good.
Good job. Way to get it done. Yeah, I'm gonna drop.
Tech team are ready? The time is now 3:46, and the City Council has reconvened in open session following our closed session. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll to prove the presence of a quorum.
Councilmember Osman is absent. Councilmember Rainville is absent. Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Vital.
Present.
Councilmember Ellison is absent. Councilmember Koski.
Present.
Councilmember Wansley.
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins is absent. Councilmember Palmisano.
Present.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Present.
Councilmember Cashman.
Present.
Vice President Shugtai.
Present.
President Payne.
Present.
There are 9 members present.
Let the record reflect we have a quorum with no further business to come before the council, and without objection, this meeting is adjourned.